Welcome to the regular board meeting for the Folsom Cordova Unified School District on 5/21/26. We can go ahead and call roll.
Yes, Ms. Lofthouse.
Here.
Mr. Reed.
Here.
Mr. Chalam-Turla.
Here.
Mr. Clark.
Here.
Ms. Larrett.
Here.
All are present.
Thank you. Does not look like we have any public comments, so we will go ahead and move to closed session where we will discuss student matters, employer-employee relations, conference with legal counsel, conference with real property negotiators, and personnel matters. So with that, we will recess to closed session. All right. I'd like to call back to order the regular board meeting for the Folsom Cordova Unified School District on 5/21/26. And if we can call roll.
Yes, Ms. Luong.
Here.
Ms. Lopez-Petracca.
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Here.
Mr. Reed.
Here.
Mr. Chalam-Turla.
Here.
Mr. Clark.
Here.
Ms. Larrett.
Here.
All are present.
And then we will go ahead and start with our land acknowledgement.
As the Folsom Cordova Unified School District, we acknowledge that our administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Nishinon and Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn.
We also recognize the presence and ancestral stewardship of the Nishinon ancestral tribes, the Esto, Notomuse, and Nisimpowanan to the north.
And the Miwok ancestral tribes, the Amakumne, the Katsumne, Hopumne, and Makumne to the south along the Great Sacramento River system since the time immemorial.
We understand that this land upon which our institutions are built was once flourishing with the natural resources and sustained by the ancestral knowledge and practices of these indigenous people.
We acknowledge the injustices of colonialism and attempted genocide that have impacted these communities and recognize the resilience of their descendants who continue to thrive today.
In our daily endeavors of teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement, we commit to supporting, respecting, and honoring their culture, traditions, and lifeways.
We pledge to work together for the evolving vision of the Miwok and Nifion, especially all future generations.
And if you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our broadcast statement. A broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. The recording will be cable cast as replays on Metro Cable Channel 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV Uverse cable systems. The recording will also be closed captioned and video streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Folsom Cordova Unified School Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and members of the public with respect and ask the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demanding, loud, insulting, or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comments during board meetings are an important component of public engagement and transparency. Public comment will be limited to the subject matter of agenda items. Comments on subject matter not listed on the agenda will be limited to the period of time reserved on the agenda for general public comment and should be relevant to the subject matter within the jurisdiction of the board or district. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their speaking time to another member of the public. All written comments submitted by 2 p.m. today to the board have been read. Per the Brown Act, the board is not allowed to enter in a two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. Okay, and moving on to item D, we will do District Recognition Month, Jewish American Heritage Month.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam President. Would love to invite Kate Foreman to the lectern. It's one of our Folsom High School teachers, equity leader, and climate facilitator. Almost ran out of space of all the amazing things you do supporting our district. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Good evening, President Board Larrett, members of the board, and Superintendent Swanson. My name is Kate Foreman, and I'm an FCUSD equity leader and an English teacher at Folsom High School. Tonight, I'll be presenting on Jewish American Heritage Month. This month provides an opportunity to honor the rich history, culture, and contributions of Jewish Americans while also reflecting on our responsibility to ensure inclusive, affirming environments for all students and staff. This quote reminds us of the power of imagination, not only in literature, but in how we envision a more inclusive and just society. In education, imagination allows us to expand what is possible for our students, especially those whose identities or histories have been marginalized or misunderstood. It challenges us to think beyond what is and toward what could be. Jewish Americans have been part of the fabric of this country since 1654, seeking opportunity, safety, and the freedom to practice their faith. The establishment of Jewish American Heritage Month was decades in the making, culminating in 2006 when the entire month of May was officially designated. This ongoing recognition honors both the historical contributions and the ongoing impact of Jewish Americans across all sectors of society. It also reflects the importance of formally acknowledging communities whose stories have not always been centered in traditional narratives. One important nuance is that Jewish identity can be understood as both a religion and a nationality or cultural identity. Jewish people may identify culturally, ethnically, or religiously, or a combination of all of these. There is also diversity within Judaism itself, with a range of beliefs and practices. This complexity is important in our educational spaces, where we aim to avoid assumptions and instead foster understanding of identity as multifaceted. It reinforces the importance of culturally responsive practices and respectful engagement. This timeline highlights key milestones in the recognition of Jewish American Heritage Month, from early legislative efforts in 1980 to official designation in 2006, to the establishment of national leadership organizations. These milestones reflect both advocacy and collaboration across communities and government. Recognition evolves over time, and it often reflects the voices and efforts of those advocating to be seen and acknowledged. Judy Blume is a widely respected author whose work has supported generations of young people. Her willingness to address complex and often stigmatized topics has helped students feel seen, understood, and less alone. Her contributions underscore the importance of representation in literature and the role of education in supporting the whole child. Sammy Davis Jr.'s life reflects intersectionality, navigating identity across race, religion, and culture. His conversion to Judaism and his openness about his identity challenged societal norms and highlighted shared struggles against discrimination. His story offers an important reminder of the interconnectedness of different communities' experiences with bias and resilience. Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel was not only a theologian, but also a civil rights leader. He is well known for his work alongside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., demonstrating the role of faith leaders in advancing justice. His life reminds us that advocacy and moral leadership are deeply connected to education and community responsibility. In conclusion, Jewish American Heritage Month invites us to both celebrate and reflect. It is an opportunity to deepen understanding, challenge assumptions, and reaffirm our commitment to inclusive environments. As a district, this work aligns with our broader goals of equity, connectedness, and student well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 5, reporting out of closed session.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6, adoption of agenda. Moved by Mr. Clark,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Lofthouse.
Ms. Long?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and then moving on to item 7, celebration and recognition. Item A is the Cordova High School Career and Technical Education CTE and Engineering Students Team Invention.
Okay, I think I see the crew. One of them tried to tackle me earlier, but I also see Faith Kaplan here as their teacher to talk about some brilliant young minds we have that are Lancers, about a special award they got. Come on up, y'all. There she is. She's the one that tried to tackle me.
Hello, everybody. We are the Cordova High's Invent team, and we are very excited today to share our project and invention. So this is our team. Every name that was supposed to be embolded is who's speaking here today. Mechanical team is being represented by Hunter. Our electrical team is being represented by Echo. Our app team is being represented by Miguel, and then I, Lana, am representing communications. And then the picture below is a Gantt chart, which was made by our project manager, Leora. This was to help us ensure that our project was running smoothly, but also to know what teams are running behind or need help, because at the end of the day, we're one singular team. Cordova High is situated next to the banks of the American River. This, with its lengths being used for recreational activities throughout our community, it is also providing power and water to the residents of the Sacramento County. Oh, sorry. The health of the river is a large priority for our team. If you would look at the right picture, you can see a model of how storm drain inlets work, where storm drain inlets on the road lead directly to water sources, ours in case being the American River. And you can see with the left picture is our team standing on top of the outlet that is in Rancho Cordova, where litter could unfortunately lead to. Last year, before our team had a set problem, we came together and brainstormed any ideas we thought were impactful to our community. One in such being the growing population of seagulls at our school, the inability to put large water bottles in our cup holders, and flooding, ranging from puddles on the street, puddles on sidewalks, to entire streets, as shown in the picture. Then we voted and put the remaining problems into a decision matrix. This matrix had a criteria including things like if we thought it was impactful, if we had time to do it, but most importantly, if we had a mentor. This criteria is what ultimately led us to the problem we have today, which is inlet blockage. Luckily, our teacher was able to get in touch with a public works member and our current mentor, Margarita Dronov. With her help, we were able to get in touch with a city worker named Tony, who was able to tour inlets around our city, including the picture that you see before you, telling us that his biggest problem with the inlet's current design is that they go unfiltered to the river, but also that his team has no way of knowing when they are clogged, which leads to the severe flooding as shown in the picture. Now, Hunter will discuss our solution.
Okay, upon doing research, our team found that the majority of garbage that entered the inlet entered through this large opening in the iron hood. Because of the dry climate, the majority of things that enter the inlet is garbage rather than water. Our patent pending solution, the trash blocker, is made out of a powder-coated steel to ensure durability and utilizes a wavy groove design to ensure that garbage doesn't get caught inside of it and further clogging the opening. It is connected to the inlet by magnetic hinges, making it easy and also ensuring that it is non-damaging to the inlet. The cover is heavy enough so garbage cannot push it in, where in cases of extreme waterfall or rainfall, the flap can be opened and prevent flooding.
I'm Miguel. I'm part of the electrical team. So as discussed earlier in the problem slide, Tony and other city officials have had issues knowing when storm drains are clogged. To fix this issue, we are making an app that will send notifications to any user to know when storm drains are clogged. As seen in the picture to the right, that is a mock-up of our app. So it'll include the inlet type, the status of the inlet, and the number of the inlet number. I'll also include an interactive map of all the inlets in Rancho Cordova, which will, when you click on it, have even more information on them. Then to make this app, we are working with the electrical team, and as seen in the picture to the left, we are testing many sensors to make this app work. These sensors are weight sensors, liquid sensors, and distance sensors. These sensors will send data that's collected from these inlets and send it into a database that will then send that data into our app. We have been able to successfully test these, but we have not been able to get them into an actual good database and into an app. So in these next few months, we're gonna make sure that we get this to work and that we can move on to the next steps. So now back to Hunter, which will talk about our mid-grant tech review.
In the middle of our grant, we were tasked with presenting a mid-grant tech review. This was a big event where we would have to find a location, cater, purchase decorations, etc. Zach Dowell helped us secure Folsom College's community room, and Cordova High's Culinary Academy catered it. We began our presentation with an invention sprint icebreaker, where we asked the audience to create models of animals that were affected by the pollutants in our river, and we placed that into a model of our river. Each of our teams were tasked with creating an activity, such as Mechanical's scale model showing street flooding or being blocked by debris in neighborhoods, Electrical, who demonstrated the sensors our solution would use, such as weight sensors or liquid sensors, and Communications, which had the animals in the river, and audience members would have to fish pieces of garbage out to save the animals. And over to the image to the right shows our team's recognition from U.S. Congress at the end of our mid-grant tech review. And now Echo would present our open house in MIT.
Just a quick overview on Boston. We went over there with a red-eye flight. We visited Harvard. We went to MIT to present in front of the other teams as shown in the right photo. It was a big auditorium, and we presented our idea. We listened to all the others, and we took accountability, like all the different things they said, and learned from them. MIT held a scavenger hunt, and we learned about MIT and its campus. And then we took a tour around Boston as well. And on the left photo, it shows our full day invention sprint at MIT, where we teamed up with each of the other teams. One person from our team would team up with one person from every other team, forming new teams. And then we would find a problem and make a quick solution to it with cardboard and scraps. And then we presented it at MIT. And moving
on. Because our project was focused on the betterment of our community, being involved in public events and sharing our invention around our city was very important to us. One of such events being the Mitchell Middle School's Science Fair, as seen in the left picture, where we were able to share our idea and also inspire learning students to not only pursue joining our engineering class at Cordova, but also involve themselves in invention education. And then on the picture on the right was where we got invited to a makers conference where other educators were able to share what their classes are like, as well as what we shared our invention. But we were also able to meet Dale, who is the creator of the Maker magazine, as well as the Maker Fair. And now Ms. Kaplan will talk about our next steps.
So Invent Team is not the end of invention for our school. Lemelson MIT chose our region to continue invention education in the classroom. So we earned a 3-year grant to pilot invention education within Rancho, where we chose a very specific path, Cordova Gardens to Mitchell to Cordova High, and then including, they want to do college too, to Folsom Lake College and Sac State. They chose our region because of all of the great community and business partnerships we have, our post-secondary partnerships, and this learning that they have will be a model for the nation. One thing we didn't mention is that this is one of 8 invent teams in the United States, so it's a big deal. So we're really excited to continue this, and they invited and paid for us to go to Boston in June, representative from each of the schools. So we're gonna start planning for next year, yes. And now Echo's gonna talk about thank yous.
We'd like to thank Margarita for mentoring us. We'd like to thank the City of Rancho Cordova. We'd like to thank Zach Dowell, Folsom Lake College, Mike Parksley for our app mentor. We'd like to thank CHS Culinary and Business Academy for helping us along the way. We'd like to help Kevin Warfield, late Esther Brooks, and Lemonson MIT, all of them as MIT folk and helping us with that. We'd like to thank you guys. We'd like to thank the school district and high school administration and family, community, and business partners as well. Thank you very much.
Can you guys stay up and we'll take a photo with you guys? Yeah. Amazing. Do you guys have any questions? Comments?
Actually, a comment, I guess. I'm very impressed with what you're doing. I mean, it really speaks volumes to what the youth can do as the future leaders of our country. When I was in law school, I fancied myself that I was going to have a career in environmental science. Didn't work out that way, but I remember when I was doing an internship in the New York State Legislature, my very first thing I had to work on was non-point source pollution. So your diagram of how the rainwater and washing off of the properties, that brought back memories. Yeah, congratulations. This is like a very impressive, and I'm very proud of all of you. And it really warms my heart to see what you guys are doing in the area of environmental science, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Awesome.
Are there parents in the audience who want to get pictures? I promise you, once we get the pictures, like where they are, so everybody. All right. Got it? All right, look here at me.
No, do you know that gets back?
Okay, thank you so much for the amazing presentation. That was very exciting. Okay, moving on to our next celebration, which is thank you to our student board members, Miss Evelyn Lopez Petrarca and Miss Addison Luong. So, Superintendent.
Oh, is it about to happen? The official reveal. This is their official college signing reveal. So, you are going to be a gaucho. Right on. All right. So I see UC San Diego. We got the Tritons down there. So I'll kick this item off, and then I'm going to pass it over to Rochelle, and then each board member can say a few words to congratulate. And I know SAB has a big presentation later on the agenda, but one of the things, well, the first thing I'll say is that it's our second annual College Hoodie Night. It's official government meeting. We actually usually dress more formally, but not because Rob Corner, HVAC Tech, has this building at like 37 degrees. Thank you, Rob. The hoodies come in handy, but we are all in hoodies, whether they represent where we went or where our kids go or other things. But we like to do this to honor our students, and the board and I, we purchased them hoodies. It's the second annual, so we're really excited. With that said, the one thing that I said to these two board members yesterday and then today, one of the things that I really appreciate about their membership on this dais this year is that all of us could tell that they were up here for the right reasons, so that they had an opportunity to govern and let their voices be heard. And they are so engaged in the process of governing for our districts, and they're so well positioned to represent students because they are students and with their peers. So I just want to say kudos and thank you for all your hard work this year. Both Addie and Evelyn have been stressed out this last few weeks because there's a lot going on with new student board members, college acceptances, finals, IB tests, AP tests, all the things. Neither of you have been totally healthy for the month of May, but I know you're going to get some sleep soon. You're almost done. So that's what I'll say. I'm going to hand it to Rochelle, who has some special announcements to make as well.
Addie and Evelyn, I'm so proud of you. And today in your leadership at your final SAB meeting, I finally got to witness that firsthand, and how you had conducted a mock board meeting was very impressive, and how you had your peers throughout the district here bringing up topics that are important, and just walking through it of what a board meeting could look like was very impressionable on me. So thank you for that. And
You come bearing gifts. So what are they getting today?
we come bearing gifts. First, we will be recognizing you a certificate of appreciation for your year as student board members.
I'll bring these down momentarily. We'll go.
And secondly, we are recognizing the importance of photos, say a lot,
Expected to be on your dorm room walls, okay? Please.
of what you look like when you began, and just how you've grown. And we will also be presenting you cords for you to wear at graduation.
Probably the rarest cords in the district, right? There's only two. So congratulations.
So thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Clerk, would you like to say something?
Yep. So you too, I just wanted to extend my deepest gratitude for the outstanding leadership and dedication you have shown while serving as student board members. Your willingness to step into leadership roles and represent students' voices with professionalism, thoughtfulness, and integrity has made a lasting and meaningful impact on our FCUSD community. The countless hours you have devoted to attending meetings, reviewing policies, engaging in important discussions, and contributing to difficult decisions reflect not only on your commitment to education, but also your genuine passion for creating the best possible opportunities for our students. Your leadership has ensured that student perspectives were heard, valued, and represented at the highest level, and your courage to serve others has set an inspiring example across our district. Thank you both for your hard work and advocacy and unwavering dedication. You should be incredibly proud of the difference that you have made through your service and leadership. The future is undoubtedly brighter because of young leaders like you. So it's been a pleasure to watch you grow, lead, and I look forward to hearing about all the incredible experiences and accomplishments that await you in college. Don't be strangers. You will always have a community here to cheer you on. So congratulations.
Mr. Reed?
Addie, Evelyn, first of all, I miss not sitting next to you. I can wave to you from over here, though. I'm so very proud of you. I know you are going to two really quality institutions of higher education I know you're going to do wonderful at both of you at those schools. And, similar to Mr. Clark, I really can't wait to see where your life takes you. I hope you'll find a way to stay in touch over the years. Every single, 7 years now I've been on the board, I've enjoyed watching the students in your role mature and from the beginning to the end of the year. And it's hard to compare the students. It really is. And I won't say that there's the best, but at the same time, I would say you guys are right up there at the top. And your passion is infectious. I think we've had some really good quality school board members. But you guys have the best smiles and the best passion. And I really do like how you've thoughtfully reviewed the agenda. You shared your opinions respectfully, and took initiative as well. And I think that's all very admirable qualities, and it's going to help you throughout your life. So anyway, even though I don't get to sit next to you right now, I really look forward to your graduations and seeing you guys go on and do some wonderful things. Yeah. Congratulations. And just remember, this is not technically your last meeting, so we're probably going to be repeating ourselves if you're coming to one of the last board meetings in June, but that's okay. So. Yeah.
We do want to keep you forever, but yeah, so I almost I feel very emotional tonight. I think for me, Addie, specifically, when you came last year, you could tell that you had a quality of leadership about you, and that you were there to lead with a humbleness and a kindness, and you were very passionate, but yet so respectful at the same time, and just really respected the process of governance. And I just really, really appreciated the thoughtfulness that you had when you came. And so we were really excited when you were our student board member, because we'd already seen a preview of what that would be like. And I know that you will continue on with that same level of just kindness and respect that you've always shown. And just am so happy to have met you and to learn from you. And Evelyn, just watching you at school and really digging in and wanting to make a difference in your community is just, it means so much to me, because I just see that you, sorry. But thank you. But it's amazing when you can see student board members who see needs in their communities, and just students who want to reach out to others and make a difference. And I can honestly tell you that you've made a huge difference in my life. You made a huge difference in your community, and we are so proud of you. Both of you, both of your cities are proud of you. We are proud of you. And we just are very excited to see your next steps and what you'll do. And, our next student board members have very big shoes to fill, but I am very confident in our next coming board members that we will have the same level of passion. Looking into you over there. I think one of the biggest things is that you're leaving a legacy with the upcoming student board members of, creating policy guides and things like that for them, so that when they come in, that they will feel confident, and you are leaving them in a better position than probably when you came in, just as you guys have been able to create those initiatives. And so just really appreciate all of your hard work. Okay.
Awesome. I want to double down whatever my colleagues said from this down, all the way from, Rashal to all my colleagues. Whatever you guys are doing here, continue doing the same involvement. For all of you, these bottles, we used to have the plastic bottles here for every meeting a year and a half ago. Addie, thank you for bringing that change. That's what I mean by continue doing what you guys are doing. So I sincerely mean it. And also, I just want to give a small thought. Be the first one, wherever you are, to raise the hand. I will do it or I can do it. Remember that. Because the fear stops so many geniuses pulling that hand up first. Remember, from this board, we are giving you that advice in your life. Be the first one. It's good, bad, ugly, it doesn't matter. You're strong, you both can do that. We all have that confidence on you. And Evelyn, whenever I visit Cordova High, her kindness kills. Believe me, your kindness kills. One day, I want to see you as a much bigger public representative because you take care of people. You take care of people. So it's my word, one day, either a senator or a governor candidate, I really, really want to see you in that aspect because that's how you approach people. The leaders must have those skills. Leaders are not just because anywhere sitting in their chair, how they care about their people. Whenever I visit her class and I observe her, she demonstrates with others too. So congratulations to both of you, and we really want to wish you, best of luck in your future endeavors. Thank you.
I think it's unfair I get to go last after everybody has said everything. So, but I do want to say, I love sitting next to you guys. And I love how engaged you are the entire time during the meetings. You're taking notes, you're making notes on what you're going to say at the end, you're making sure you're cross-referencing each other to make sure you're not even repeating yourselves. And you have created an amazing team as student board members, and I wouldn't necessarily say you're just models on this board, but I think you're models statewide in terms of student board members. And so keep doing what you're doing. You guys are both going to thrive wherever you end up in college. Your sweatshirts don't have to determine that, Addie. We appreciate you so much. We appreciate your voices. Honestly, being school board member, my favorite thing is being a board member with student board members. I appreciate your voices so much and watching leaders not only become of you, but also you creating other leaders in the district. And so I think that that could be one of your biggest legacies is how many leaders the two of you have created, not just in yourselves, but in a large number of students. You had a very large SAB group who all look up to you and are all leaders in their own way. So thank you. Don't be strangers. And we can't wait to see everything that you do.
Do you want to talk now or do you want to wait for your presentation?
So we had something prepared for board reports, like in response to this.
So
Yeah,
we'll do-
and then we have a presentation. Sorry, but thank you. Yes.
Photo now or photo later after that?
Photo now,
Okay, there we go.
or else the
Okay, we'll move on to our next celebration, which is in recognition, Heroes of Arts Education.
Excellent, thank you very much. Mindy, come on up. I believe that you're going to be presenting this item in another celebration for our district.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, honored board members, and Superintendent Swanson. My name's Mindy Andrus, and I'm your Visual Performing Arts Coordinator. We have a very special presentation tonight, and I would like to introduce and welcome Allison Cagley, who's the Executive Director of the Friends of Sacramento Arts. The Friends of Sacramento Arts is a nonprofit organization dedicated to bringing equitable arts access to public education. They provide arts advocacy work to our region and also across the state. They were instrumental in the passing of Proposition 28, also known as the Arts and Musics or AMS funding. We're grateful for our partnership and the work they do and how they support our students and our school communities. So each year, the Friends of Sacramento Arts honors leaders and educators in their annual Heroes of Arts Education event. They honor those who inspire our schools, who inspire our children through dance, fine arts, music, and theater. These are the teachers who bring their expertise, passion, and love to the classroom every single day. Each LEA or school district is invited to nominate two different outstanding arts educators for this very prestigious recognition. So FCUSD goes ahead and surveys our principals for nominations, and we assist them with their submissions. Each year during March, you might know, might not know, is Youth Art Month. The Friends of Sacramento Arts hosts a beautiful gala at the Sophia, which is the home of the B Street Theater, to honor the recipients and their families. And I will say that our district is always well attended by our administration and teachers, so it's exciting to see them at that event. But Allison Cagley is here tonight, this evening, to honor these heroes in arts education and to also recognize the support of the FCUSD School Board, administration, and to present an honorarium to both of our FCUSD Heroes of Arts Education. So our 2026 FCUSD Heroes of Arts Education are Ms. Tamara Mosier, Theater Director of Folsom High School, and Mr. Vince Martini, the Music Director at Vista Del Lago. Vince can't be here tonight because he is actually directing Vistapalooza tonight, which, that's one of the reasons why he is who he is. But we do have Tamara Mosier and her theater partner and husband, Michael Mosier, here tonight. And they would be at a rehearsal tonight for their senior, drama awards, but they're here tonight. So we're very excited to have Miss Tamara and her husband here. So without any further ado, or me talking anymore, I'd like to introduce Miss Allison Cagley.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much for having us here tonight. A little bit of background about us. We started at the invitation of Mayor Darrell Steinberg back in 2019, recognizing the lack of arts and music in K-12 schools. And so since then, we've actually become statewide in our work. We partner with Create California, the California County Superintendent's Arts Initiative Group, County Office of Education, the City of Sacramento, and the California PTA, and really looking at all of those different partners that are passionate about our students' education and knowing about the social, emotional, and academic benefits of equitable access to comprehensive arts education. So as Mindy mentioned, we were the regional representative for Prop 28 when it was getting on the ballot to get those signatures because it was very grassroots. And then working with all of our statewide partners, including a statewide policy council, to help administer and implement Prop 28. Because as you know, public education is complicated and hard. And recently we were at the state capitol to advocate to increase staffing at the California Department of Education for the implementation of Prop 28. There's only one paid staff person, poor Charlene, that is in charge of the implementation of Prop 28 for the state. And so we really want to encourage our assembly members and our senators to allocate more funds to increase that, to make it easier for every district to implement and be successful on behalf of the children that they serve. So first, before we do the honorariums, Assemblymember Josh Hoover, who we met with last month, is not here tonight, as you can see, but did want to present recognizing the school district for their leadership and passion for arts education. So you'll have that. And then we also have one for Mindy to recognize her for the leadership and the passion and what a joy she is to work with. And then we also have ones for both Vince and for Tamara. So wanted to present those. In addition, at the Heroes event, each of the teachers, we had 20 teachers this year from 11 districts in 4 counties. So I've been on the road at Esparto and Woodland and Western Placer and Elk Grove presenting these. So the teachers got a certificate and then a goodie bag that was filled with donated tickets to Music Circus and the Crocker and B Street and Cap Stage and a number of things that they can enjoy when they're not being passionate with their students to enjoy on their own and take advantage of the arts and music in our community. And then tonight, we're here to not only recognize them in front of you, but also to give them an honorarium that is sponsored by the Schools First Federal Credit Union that they can then use to help further their work in their classrooms or if to buy a cup of coffee. So, so if you want to come on up, Tamara, and I was a theater kid from 4th grade on, so I just love the work that you do. It's such an amazing experience.
Thank you so much.
So, and then I have a little extra gift for you, Mindy. So, yeah, one of the things they'll all be able to do is to go to a dress rehearsal of Hairspray in August at Music Circus. So all the teachers will be able to enjoy that as well. And I know, talking to Tamara, some of her students have actually been interns at Music Circus over the years, so been able to create that. So I do have extra copies of the program, so if you didn't get a chance to attend, as Mindy mentioned, we do it in March, so we'll get that date set, and hopefully more of you can come next year to enjoy such a wonderful celebration honoring our heroes in the arts and music world. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can we take a picture? Can we do a picture?
Picture? We will do a
That'd be
picture,
okay.
yes.
There we go. And this is for you. So,
Oh my goodness.
go.
Thank you
All
so
official.
much.
Yes, good. Good. to see you. Yes, thank you. Did you want it? Did you want that?
Yeah, we'll have one.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. There we go.
Stage right.
Move over a little more. It's just like junior high dance.
Middle school dance.
Yeah, it's a middle school dance.
All right, so much better. Okay. Here. Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
You got it? Okay, good. Thank you.
I know, she's so nonchalant. Because you have to do it double.
Okay. So with that, we move on to item 8, which is agenda consent. And at this point, we'll be removing item D. So if I could get a motion for all items besides item D.
No one has anything to pull. I'll move all except the pulled one.
Moved by Ms. Cholm-Chella, second by Ms. Lofthouse.
Ms. Luong?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca,
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed,
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla,
Aye.
Mr. Clark,
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, Superintendent?
Yeah, with that acceptance of those items, within that, we have two special announcements to make for team members. Folsom Cordova is pleased to announce Eric Nakagawa as the head varsity boys basketball coach for Cordova High School for the 26-27 school year. Come on up, Coach. Eric brings 18 years of experience coaching high school and AAU basketball at every level of the game. Throughout his coaching career, he has helped build competitive and respected programs while developing strong relationships with players and families. He has 2 national tournament championships under his belt with both the NorCal Wolves and Team Touch based in Rancho Cordova. At the high school level, his coaching journey includes stops at Elk Grove High School, Florin High School, Folsom High School, and most recently Destiny Christian Academy, where he helped lead the program to a Division II section championship in 2026. For Eric, coaching is about more than basketball. It is about relationships, mentorship, and creating a positive experience for every student athlete. He strives to build a program that players, families, and the Rancho Cordova community can be proud of. His quote, "Kids first, kids last, kids always." Welcome, Coach.
First of all, I'd just like to say thank you to all of you for this opportunity. When I think about what this job means to me, it's about building better young men. I think, we're going to win some basketball games and we're going to lose some basketball games, but I think if we could make better husbands, better fathers, better uncles, better brothers, better friends, and I think we've done our jobs. And so I appreciate the opportunity to do so.
Thanks, Coach. And next, the Folsom Cordova Unified School District is pleased to announce Annalee McKinion as Assistant Principal for White Rock Elementary for the 26-27 school year. The district is proud to highlight Ms. McKinnon's extensive experience and unwavering commitment to academic excellence. With 22 years in education across a variety of roles, including serving as the new teacher support and development mentor in Folsom Cordova Unified, Ms. McKinnon brings a strong foundation of leadership and instructional expertise. Her work reflects a deep dedication to cultivating supportive, high-quality learning environments where all students can thrive. Quote, "I am both honored and excited to join the outstanding team at White Rock Elementary," said Ms. McKinion. "I look forward to partnering with staff, students, and families to foster a culture of excellence and innovation, ensuring every student receives a high-quality education that prepares them for success in today's world," end quote. Ms. McKinnon holds a master's degree in curriculum and instruction from California State University, Sacramento, and a bachelor's degree in liberal studies from California State University, Chico. Reflecting her strong commitment to continuous learning and professional growth, the district is pleased to welcome Annalee McKinion to her new position in FCUSD and looks forward to the continued growth and achievement in her leadership, that her leadership will support. Welcome.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, board members. Thank you, Superintendent Swanson. Thank you to the committee, interview committee members as well. I'm very excited for this opportunity, and I can't wait to work with Mrs. LeBasse at White Rock and the amazing staff and students and families. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
With that, we will go back to item D, which is approve revised middle and high school course outlines.
Yes, we have public comment from Faith, followed by Earl. Faith Smith? Earl Smith?
Okay.
Next, we will call up,
Oh, the item, vote on the item.
excuse me. That is all the comments we've received.
Okay, any questions from the board on this item?
We are gonna vote on this item to, to change the language in the course description, right? Not to vote it as it exists currently?
No, so I think it was a couple board meetings ago, this item was pulled. There was discussion from a couple community members' comments, and there was discussion at the board level to pull the item, push it back to the Curriculum Advisory Council, which that meeting was then hosted. I know Trustee Lofthouse is on that committee. The changes that were recommended by the board, I believe, were implemented, and I'll let you speak to that. And so now the board is entertaining that revised edition this evening. Is that?
I just received information from Faith that they requested for the language in the revised version to be edited again because there was a portion in the description that said that it was in italics. It was saying that audition or skill assessments are used solely to determine appropriate student placement levels, and audition and skills assessment will not be used to deny any student participation within the music program. But specifically it saying music program, Faith was saying that it could still be used to deny a student from being specifically in the jazz program. And so she was requesting that the language be changed so that it says jazz program and not music program, so it's not as vague.
I think that it does speak to that because it's specifically for the jazz. I think there was two, so jazz band and jazz choir. Is that correct, Dr. Huber? There's two that were revised based on that, and so it's specific to the course outline that it is listed on.
Okay.
And it follows the same language that we use across the board for all of the other course outlines. So we try to maintain a consistent language on the course outlines that follow, and because it's listed on that course outline, it by nature is stated for that specific course.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, Mr. Clark?
Yeah, just clarification on the prerequisite. Must have 2 years of experience in a school band class or equivalent. What constitutes equivalent? What does that mean?
We spent quite a bit of time talking about this, and the equivalent would be potentially private lessons coming from a program outside of our district that maybe we don't have. But it encompasses any experience that they would be able to show in that audition that they have that experience, and it might not be from one of our specific programs or our specific classes.
Is it through documentation or?
Yeah, there's
okay.
a form that they fill out before the audition, and that's where they can put what their experience is.
Yeah, just wanted some clarification on that. And
We did actually have a look at that specific form during the CIC meeting, so.
bonus. And then they have to be enrolled in a concert band or orchestra, i.e. at their school, correct? They have to be enrolled in that class. It couldn't be like an outside organization that they're playing in or anything, right? It has to be specifically at their school, correct?
I'm not sure I'm understanding. Are you referring to which would make them show that they had experience in terms of coming into the program?
No, it just says must be currently enrolled in a concert band or orchestra at their school is what I'm getting at. That they need to be enrolled in jazz or orchestra.
Right, because that's what it's referring to as those specific courses.
All right, so if the class is at capacity and they can't get in, what does that mean?
Well, if the class is at capacity, like any other elective, they might have to choose another elective.
Okay, yeah, just wanted clarification on that.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yes, yeah. So with these changes, if you're in, I forget, which one's the entry level? Jazz 1, right? Jazz 1, Jazz 2, Jazz 3? Or is it?
I don't have actually the courses in front of me, but so for this conversation, you could call it Jazz 1.
Okay,
I don't know if you remember off the top of your head, Kara.
I think it's like beginning advanced.
Yeah, or if Mindy, no, she
Yeah,
left.
I think it's,
Band, jazz, orchestra.
Yeah.
and then, but then there's a beginning and a middle and advanced. Yeah.
Do you have it in front of you, Eric? No, okay, sorry, I thought you were looking at it. Yeah, I know, I was looking too, but I don't have
I
it in front of
believe,
me.
I'm pretty sure it's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, for tonight's
Yes, for
purposes,
tonight,
we'll
for this
just go.
discussion.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
So can you clarify if you have the prerequisites to show interest that you want to be in Jazz 1, and there's an opening,
Yes,
you can get into Jazz 1
yes.
without an audition if you have all the prerequisites?
I believe you still have to audition, because you might say, I want to get into Jazz 1, I've got the prerequisites, you audition, and the teacher says, actually, you need to be in Jazz 2. I mean, so that I believe, from my understanding, everyone, if you're brand new to the program, you're still going to audition so that the teacher can ensure that you are placed correctly.
So similar to math, you could skip ahead in math.
Absolutely.
You can skip ahead in jazz. All right, so let's say you get into Jazz 1. The next year, assuming you got a good grade, and you can go into Jazz 2.
Right.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then if you're in Jazz 2, you can go into Jazz 3.
That's
There'll be no barriers.
I don't know, because we called it a audition, but really it would be specific, it would be a placement. So you might not, if I played Jazz 1, I might not move forward to Jazz 2, but I would still be in Jazz 1 based on my audition.
Right,
Because
so
of where my levels are.
Yeah, and if I might have misunderstood that, because that happens now, right? I mean, so you could be in Jazz 1, you've made progress, but you're not at Jazz 2 level yet. So now as a sophomore, maybe you're in Jazz 1 again, and now you're going to work on these standards. By the end of the time you're a sophomore, you're up, now you've moved up to Jazz 2 because you've reached that level.
Well, I guess this is goes back to what my original concern is, and I think it's somewhat of what Earl and Faith have been talking about for a number of years, which is, if you're in Math 1 and you get a passing grade, you can go to Math 2. You're not kept in Math 1.
Sure. We talked a little bit about this earlier too, is that's not a class for the rest of the classes, depending on your skill level, in terms of now we're going to go out in public and perform in public, and you are now performing at a level that the rest of your group is struggling with because you are not at the same level as the rest of your peers.
But why can you not have a club that you audition for, and the club is what goes out and performs in public? This is academic. This is where you're learning new skills by progressing from Jazz 1 to Jazz 2 to Jazz 3. I mean, we have various academic extracurricular opportunities that people who excel at math go out and do competitions. They don't do competitions because of the class they're in. They're doing competitions because they excel in that subject matter and they go and engage in these extracurricular activities. Why is it not the same way with jazz, which is a class? I guess my question is, name another class that this exists in. It seems like this is very unique.
Yeah. So basically anything that is performance based, right? In terms of, again, you have people that come out and Mr. and Mrs. Mosier were here, they come out and they audition for the play. And certain kids get into the roles and other kids don't get into the roles. And they're part of the class, but they're not they're not in the lead role, if you will, in terms of the production. Basically, this is the way all performing arts work. Now, whether or not you want to go systematically after trying to, go after creating a different system, I think that's a much longer conversation, but we operate the same way that every other arts program operates in the state of California, and actually nationally. I mean, we go to national competitions. We're competing against other classes that are meeting every day. They're not clubs, they're classes. So I think you're asking a much broader question, Mr. Reed, that we could explore. But in terms of what we're talking about of passing the current courses that are in front of you, and then working with our VAPA department, if there's another route we could explore. I can say though that in terms of, I've known lots of kids, my own family I can think of as well, in terms of family members being in a course a couple of years before they're ready to advance to the next level. And again, because it's performance-based and the rest of your class is depending on you to perform at the same level they are, it is problematic if you're not. Even in the class, it would be problematic in terms of it would be more difficult if you had a whole bunch of different ranges in a performance-based classroom that you're trying to get to the same level. So I think it's an interesting conversation, but it would be very involved and it would take a lot of work, and it's not something we'd be able to solve before the courses that we're putting forward for next year.
Is this something that absolutely has to be passed today? I know we're getting near the end of the school year.
Yes.
It is?
Yeah, we're behind the 8 ball as it is in terms of, I mean, these are courses that kids are trying to sign up for.
Yeah.
And well, they have signed up for. They're sitting on their course registration.
And
up to this point, previous, we had situations where kids couldn't get into the course. The actions by the board have ensured that kids have access like they've never had before.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, obviously, it's unfortunate that two of the proponents who've been here at countless board meetings over the last 2.5 years, obviously something happened and they're not here tonight to share their.
I can say up to this point, every request that they made is in this course outline. So
Yeah,
any
it is.
new requests
Yeah.
that they made today have never been made prior. And I doubled down and ensured that because we made edits even after it came to CAC, I made edits there to ensure that everything that they had requested up to this point was on there. And I do think in terms of looking at it in terms of a club, we do want to increase the access to our music and arts program. And if you change it to a club, that changes the hours and availability to students, because not all students can stay after school. And that's when a club, before school or after school, and would also require staffing to be there before school or after school. So for us to open up access to more students, it needs to be a class, not a club, because I think it would be more restrictive if we did make it a club. So keeping in mind equity and access, we are pulling away those restrictions by having it as a class.
I will also say Ms. Andrus and the VAPA team have put a lot of hours really pouring over all this, trying to ensure that all the requests were met.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Clark,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Luong.
Ms. Luong?
Aye. Ms. Lopez Petracca. Sorry.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse. Aye. Mr. Reed.
A cautious aye.
Mr. Chalam-Churla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, then we will go ahead and move on to item 9, which is public comment.
Yes, if I could please have Shweta come to the podium, followed by Kristen.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Swanson and board members. My name is Shweta Gupta, and I'm here tonight to urgently appeal the enrollment decision for my daughter, Advika Singhal. Last year, my daughter, a 4th grader, was overflowed from her home school, Folsom Hills Elementary, to Oak Chan. And this was not our decision, it was district's assignment, which was given to us. Last year, we moved from Washington to Folsom. So, and due to lack of space, they had to move us to Oak Chan. So this year, my child has been denied again a placement in Oak Chan for 5th grade, because again, like they also don't have a spot this year. So, and yesterday when I got to know from Folsom Hills, which is our home boundary school, that they might not have a spot for her as well. So after my husband's passing, my kids have experienced several schools and country moves over the past few years, including major relocation from Washington State last year. After so much transition, she finally felt settled at Oak Chan, made some very good friends and built a sense of stability there. Having to move again, especially for her last year of elementary school, would be a significant emotional setback. Remaining at Oak Chan would provide her with much needed continuity, educational stability, and support during an important developmental stage. I would request you to either make an exception, or if that is not possible, then if she cannot stay at her current school, to which she was overflowed last year, at least give her a spot at her home boundary school, which is Folsom Hills, because her home boundary school is her legal and rightful placement. Attending her home school allows her to build relationships with kids who live on her street or close by, providing a local support system outside of school hours. As a grieving family, we need the logistical predictability of our neighborhood school for transportation, safety, and community support.
30 seconds remaining.
Sending her to a third random school because her overflown school is full, her home school is also full, is unacceptable for a child who has already suffered severe trauma and displacement. She needs a secure, stable educational setting to heal, and moving her causes an unnecessary setback. I'm almost done. Thank you for your time today. I ask this board to prioritize my daughter's emotional well-being and educational stability. Please don't force her another painful transition on a grieving child. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen, followed by Ryan.
Good evening, President Lorette, board members, Superintendent Swanson. I am Kristen Love Carl. I'm the parent of two elementary students who are receiving special education services. Over the last several months, I've attended meetings, made a few public comments, sent detailed emails, and met directly with district leadership, including Superintendent Swanson and the Executive Director of Special Education, because I care deeply about the direction of special education in this district. In that time, I've also spoken with a lot of parents, teachers, aides, administrators, and service providers across multiple schools. And despite different perspectives and different roles, one message keeps coming up over and over again, and that's that people know change is needed from what we currently have, but they are deeply concerned about the problems not being addressed and what is being implemented this next year. I want to be very clear that parents are not asking the district to ignore the current challenges in special education. We understand classrooms are struggling. We understand teachers need more support. We understand staffing and resources are real issues. But removing students from their neighborhood schools should not become the default solution to a system that is under-supported. For many students with disabilities, their school community is not just a building, it is their routine, their relationships, their sense of safety, belonging, and inclusion. But for general education students, inclusive campuses benefit them too. These changes affect entire school communities. What has been especially concerning is how many families and staff members feel these decisions were made before meaningful collaboration ever occurred. If the district truly wants long-term success in elementary special education, the focus must be on building stronger support systems with neighborhood schools while keeping stability and community for our most vulnerable students, instead of uprooting and moving approximately 50% of our students in special day classrooms, many of which will be moving the second, third, and in my son's case, going into third grade, his fourth move. Changing where students are placed is not the same as fixing the conditions that made classrooms difficult to support in the first place. If those conditions remain, we are not solving the problem, we are just relocating it. I appreciate the conversations that district leadership has had with me over the last couple of months. I truly believe everyone in this room wants students with disabilities to succeed. I believe that. My hope is that the district continues engaging families, educators, and staff as genuine partners in building solutions and strengthen support systems without necessarily disrupting the students who rely on them most. And we still have time to make improvements for next school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan?
Sounds like you guys still ignoring these disabled students. It's very unfortunate from such leaders. Good evening, board members, superintendent, and staff. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. This is the last meeting before the end of the school year. What a year it's been, right? We made it almost there. At least it's been a wild school year for me. But before I begin, I gotta give credit where credit's due. I understand my experience and the treatment that my students received is not a reflection of the entire district. There are many students that you guys made sure had very enjoyable school years. And for that, you guys should be recognized. So board members, superintendent, staff, good job. I did a good job, not bad. You did a good job, not great, but good. You were not perfect, but you weren't bad. However, as leaders of this district, I would hope that you're not happy with good. As community educators and district leaders, we cannot be happy with 90% A's. We are in those rare professions where 99% is not even good enough. Again, 99% correct is still not good enough in a lot of professions. Let's take a doctor, for example. If a doctor got 99% of his prescriptions correct, you guys have seen how long some of the names on those medications are. So you can imagine just the misplacement of one letter could lead to a lot of damage, right? Or we'll take 99% in the delivery room. So that means out of 100 babies, one person's going home with the wrong child. This is why we can't strive for only 99%. And when it comes to professions such as ours, and the very vision of this district here, empowering all students to thrive through educational excellence. All, meaning 100%. If you're okay with helping 99% of your students, it means you're okay with failing to help 1% of your students. So I first started coming to these meetings because you were voting on a re-election status. None of you knew me. None of you knew my students. None of you knew the impact of your decisions. Yet you all voted. Again, failing that 1% of those students. This makes me wonder, how often do you guys make decisions or vote on decisions without doing research? You guys simply agree and trust the sources of the information that's presented before you? I'm running out of time, so at the start of the next school year, I would like to attend these meetings to share with you what it was like for a new teacher working for your district within my first year. I hope that sharing my experience with you will help improve processes and maybe open your eyes to the importance of due diligence and fiduciary responsibility. Over the summer, I challenge you to find the passion for your position again. And when you return next year, hopefully you pay attention to your community at the level that is expected and not the rate that you guys choose.
Thank you. That is all the comments I've received.
You move on to item 10, reports of district organizations, and we'll start with our student advisory board.
So we have a presentation, but we also have a really quick update today about our meeting. Today we hosted our last SAB meeting here in the ESC, and like Ms. Dagnall mentioned earlier, we had a mock board meeting today. So we engaged all of our students in a board meeting process. We went through the process of electing 5 board members. So earlier today, and student board members. So earlier today in these seats, we had students sitting up behind the dais, kind of facilitating the meeting. And then we had the rest of our students split up into groups of topics that they were interested in, ranging from AI in education to student government operations, as well as what was he doing? It was, oh, yes, access CTE classes, specifically mechanics. And then we also had another AI group, but they were pro-AI instead of anti-AI. So yeah, lots of topics. And then we had students speak and share about their proposed solutions, propose it to our board members. The board members spoke back to their constituents and talked about how they should use their vote. And then they voted on the issue that they wanted to create a policy on in the future. So that was a very fun process to get our students engaged. And hopefully they'll feel more comfortable with board procedures, but also speaking in front of a board meeting if they ever want to give public comment. And then we also had food services provide us lunch. They brought nachos today for all the students to taste test. So it was really fun because they got to try a new food item and then give their feedback on it. So it was a very fun meeting, and we celebrated all of their terms in SAB with certificates and acknowledging their attendance as well. Can we go down to the podium? Yes. Canvas got it. Yes. Okay. The most aesthetic. Oh, no. Okay. Hello, board members and Superintendent Swanson, and of course, Ms. Dagnall. As many of you know, my name is Addie.
And I'm Eveline, and we are Folsom Cordova Unified School District student board members for
for the 2025 to 2026 school year, and unfortunately, this is our last board meeting.
As student board members, one of our main responsibilities is facilitating the district's Student Advisory Board, also known as SAB, where we serve as co-presidents. This year, SAB included over 100 student representatives from across the district, and today we're excited to share some of the accomplishments and memories from this past year.
The Student Advisory Board meets once a month. The Student Advisory Board meets once a month at different secondary school sites throughout FCUSD, and these meetings give students the opportunity to visit campuses across the district, tour different programs, and explore classes and CTE pathways offered at each school.
And to begin, we'd like to share a video filmed by our Communications Committee.
In 5 words or less, can you tell us what SAB is?
A place where students can make change.
Students advocating for each other.
Teamwork, importance, and representation.
A student-led organization.
Big change happens here.
Students representing students.
What's your favorite part about SAB?
I love that SAB is like your voice is always heard and changes happen all the time.
I love meeting students from all these other schools that I typically don't get to see, and I also love visiting new schools that I haven't been to before.
Just everyone coming together and working together and using all our different thoughts about certain topics.
Why should more students join SAB?
I think other students should join SAB because they have the opportunity to work with others and meet new people and make new friends.
To collaborate with students all across the district and really have a part in making change.
If you want to say something and you feel like you really do have like something you want changed, then joining is a good chance and opportunity to talk to the higher ups and say your thoughts.
This music.
Yeah, you click. Okay. Okay. As you can see on the screen, these are the schools represented in SAB from across our district. This year in SAB, we prioritize recruiting students from frequently underrepresented schools, so we have more Southern Middle School students this year. And we worked really hard to communicate with Innovations as well as Kenny and Walnutwood. Oh my goodness. And Walnutwood, their admin tried very hard to get students to come, but we didn't receive any applicants from them. But hopefully later in the year they'll join.
Yes. And so before the school year officially began on July 30th.
Oh wait.
That'd be on a different slide. Probably over here.
That's on this
there we
one,
go.
yeah.
On July 30th, we hosted our SAB retreat as a way to welcome our new cohort of representatives and adjust to our new role as student board members. And since Addie and I were also new to SAB, it was a great opportunity for all of us to connect through icebreakers, team building activities, and conversations that helped us build relationships for the year that we had ahead. And then I'll go back. And on this slide are the dates and locations of our 10 SAB meetings throughout the year, beginning at the ESC boardroom and ending with our final meeting here today. And these meetings included drumline welcomes, campus tours, food tastings from food services, interactive activities, and visits from board trustees and our superintendent, which we really appreciated.
And to help our, go 2 slides down. Okay, and to help our meetings be more productive and engaging, SAB members were divided into committees by their choice. For example, our culture committee focused on creating activities and icebreakers connected to different cultural recognition months to help strengthen connectedness amongst members. Our communications committee created social media posts, filmed videos, and promoted SAB events throughout the year.
And another major committee was the International Night Committee, which spent the entire year helping organize our 4th annual International Night hosted at the Cordova Performing Arts Center. And so members helped create sign-up forms for volunteers, booth participants, and performers, while also helping coordinate the event overall. In addition, the Friendship Festival Committee helped us prepare for our district-wide event held in late February.
So, speaking of the Friendship Festival, following, wait, sorry.
Yes.
Wait, what? Oh, the next major item, wait, what?
Oh,
no, it's not. You scrolled too. Instead of hosting a winter festival, Evelyn and I, alongside SAB, decided to create a friendship festival.
Yes.
So our goal was to bring together students from both Rancho Cordova and Folsom to celebrate our district, build new friendships, and meet new people, and simply have a great time together. And this year we hosted it on February 26th at the Village Green Park in Rancho Cordova.
And then we have more pictures here. And as you can see in the top left corner, this picture shows students from both sides of the district who stayed afterward to help clean up, which really reflects the strong sense of community within FCUSD. And so the event included cookie decorating, bracelet making, poster making, a photo booth, music, and many other fun activities and booths.
And following the Friendship Festival, the next major item on our agenda was the election process for the 26-27 student board members and SAB co-presidents. This year, we had 170 applicants to the Student Advisory Board for fewer than 100 spots in SAB, as well as 6 student board member candidates. And after the application process, these candidates participated in interviews with us and the SAB advisors, followed by a 2-week election period where students campaigned and connected with their peers.
And so one of our final SAB events this year was our 4th annual International Night. This event celebrates the stories, traditions, and cultures represented throughout our district. And so our goal for International Night is to create a space where students and families feel seen, represented, and proud to share their backgrounds within their community. And so the event included cultural performances, booths, food, music, and student participation from across the district. This year, we had over 16 performers and 10 cultural booths featured in the Performing Arts Center lobby.
So on the left side, you can see some of our performers. At the very bottom, we have Sadak and her nonprofit, elementary schoolers from her nonprofit called Dance for a Cause. At the very top, we have Cordova High School's dance club who did K-pop performance. And then what the girl singing right there is Sarah Bautista. She performed a very beautiful song. And then at the bottom, you see Dr. Jackson, Sam Davies, and Kayla. And then also us and Mr. Clark. And above, you can see some of our cultural booths up there.
In between board meetings and organizing these events, we aim to be transparent with our roles and increase community engagement in district matters through social media engagement. And whether it was filming board meeting recaps, creating day in the life vlogs, promoting upcoming events, or highlighting student involvement, social media allowed us to make SAB more accessible and engaging for students. Staying active on our platforms also helped us remain transparent with students about what was happening at board meetings, and also what our role as student board members involved, and how we were representing student voices throughout our term.
So on the very left, you could see this vlog that me and Evelyn filmed from our AC conference, which was super funny. So if you get a chance to watch that, it's really entertaining. And then right on the right, we have 2 board meeting summaries that were posted after our board meetings so that our community can stay engaged with what's going on and what we voted on together.
Yes.
Okay, and then, and then finally, our student board member handbook is another project we worked on this year. This handbook is intended to support future student board members by providing guidance, expectations, resources, and advice based on our personal experiences in the role, giving them insight from 2 different perspectives. On this slide, you can see a preview of, next slide. On this slide, you can see a preview of what we created, including topics such as an overview of SAB, the role of a student board member, board meetings, board member responsibilities, board reports, and more. I don't have a physical copy today, but I'm happy to share with you all the digital copies, and some of those pages are the ones that I was more proud of. We have some board meeting tips and advice about what you should do before, during, and after a meeting, and then in the middle, we have like a important documents page. So I described some of the documents that I use to organize SAB, like with their roster, meeting agendas, and like bus schedule documents. And then I link the document on the right, some international night planning documents so that they have access to like the files that we used for organizing the audios and like other things like that, and getting SAB involved in that. And then also on the very right, we have like a before SAB meeting, during SAB meeting, and after SAB meeting protocol. So there's a lot of stuff that happens before SAB meetings. So I organize like some email templates that they can use to send out to the admins at the host schools, email templates that they could use to remind the SAB members about board meetings. So it's super detailed, and I really hope that this helps SAB be more structured and formal, and help student board members who are new to the role feel a little bit more comfortable.
And this was created because me and Addie found that as we were also new to SAB, it was our first year, and then also taking on the role of becoming a student board member is really big. We found that maybe leaving a handbook that gave tips for the upcoming student board members made them feel that they were not alone, which is 100% how we felt at first. So yeah, we just hope this is very helpful, and maybe the upcoming student board members can even add on to it. So
yes,
that's very exciting. So SAB is one of the most impactful student groups in the district because it gives students a voice and allows them to connect with peers from other schools. And so the program is filled with students who are actively involved in their schools and communities and who are passionate about advocating for student perspectives.
Thank you so much to everyone who supported us throughout this journey and who continuously works to include student voice within district decisions and operations. We also want to thank the board trustees and superintendent for taking the time to visit SAB meetings. It has always meant a lot to us and to our members, and helped them stay informed about what was happening across the district. We would also like to thank food services for always making our meetings exciting with food tastings that members genuinely looked forward to. And most importantly, we want to thank our advisors, Dr. Jackson, Ms. Ambrosini, and Ms. Botsford, for constantly supporting us and guiding us throughout our entire journey with SAB.
Serving as your student board members this year has truly been such an unforgettable experience. And we are incredibly grateful for the opportunity to represent student voices across Folsom, Cordova. And we are so proud of everything SAB has accomplished this year and excited to see how the program continues to grow in the future. Thank you all so much for your support, and that concludes our presentation. And we're happy to answer any questions.
Yeah. Not really a question, but I absolutely love the musical interlude between the scenes. It kind of reminded me of a 1960s or 1970s movie when they used to have those musical interludes between scenes.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Well, they don't.
That's props to our communications committee. So
Yes.
Sam, one of the student board members that's going to be here next year, she edited that video.
Yeah, well, maybe she was a fan of old movies. I don't know. Well, yeah, that was great. Loved it.
Yeah.
You.
Yeah, I have comments, and I'm going to tell you just back from AEC, because it was held in Sacramento.
Yeah.
I remember it. You guys are legends with other school board members. I'm going to tell you that right now. Even though when I travel up and down the state and I go to some of the board meetings and they have student board members, it's like, oh, you're the one with the cool student board members. It's like, yeah. So, you know, you guys did so much, and I love this presentation. I love it so much that I need a copy of it. Okay. Because what I'm going to do is brag a little bit at my next board of directors meeting and just say, this is what we're doing. So we challenge your other student board members to do this as well. I know we do have a new student board member, and I think she's going to probably make the trek down to San Diego.
Yeah, that's another year, but
in December. Yeah, so
Can
I
we-
don't want to rub it in. You guys are in Sacramento, but I think your two student board members will be in San Diego. But just keep the momentum going. I know she's here somewhere. Raise your hand
Honestly, she didn't make it. Nina, do you mind coming up? Because
Yeah,
you didn't
come
get a
on
chance
up.
to introduce yourself last time when Sam was introduced. So
Yeah.
we're going to welcome you. And by the way, no pressure after tonight.
Yeah,
huh, Nina?
absolutely.
Holy smokes. Come on up. Nina's mom teaches in our district, right? So,
Hey.
yep. Nina, did you have a slide deck to present tonight with?
No.
Okay.
No, we're just messing with you.
Yeah.
But anyway, you guys, thank you for this presentation. I mean, this was awesome. And like I said, throughout the state, you guys are legends. So hopefully you're keeping in contact with those that you met. And just keep it going. All right?
Nina, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, guys. My name is Janine, but most people call me Nina. I'm sorry I wasn't here at the last board meeting. I got really sick. I had the flu, but I'm excited to be your next student board member. I'll do as good as Evelyn here. So, yeah.
Awesome. Welcome.
Yeah, you're good. This is
Okay, move on to California School Employees Association. Sorry, Rob, you gotta follow that, so.
I do not. I'm working on one. Good evening, board members, President Lorette, Superintendent Swanson. Tonight, I would like to thank all of the administrators, managers, coordinators, supervisors, and board members that participated in our ACE program this week, celebrating Classified School Employee Week. It meant a lot to the classified staff members that you were able to spend a couple of hours out of your busy schedules with them and gain some experiences and knowledge of what they do. We will conclude the celebration tomorrow at CLC between 1 and 3, having a party, sharing our stories of the week, and presenting an award in the June board meeting. We will also hopefully have more information to share with you about the event in the June board meeting. Hopefully some of us are willing to share our stories of how the week went. BNCSEW week, I'd like to point out that we had 6 employees get Employee of the Year, classified employees: Letitia Williams, paraprofessional; Nancy Gibson, clerical and administrative services; Jesse Hernandez, custodial and maintenance services; Diana Tobin, food and nutrition services; Joanna Knight, health and student services; John White, skilled trades. Jesse Hernandez, Diana Tobin, Joanna Knight, and John White all went on to be SCOE winners, Sacramento County of Office, Sacramento. You guys know what I mean. And they will all go on to compete for state recognition. I'd like to also personally thank Joakima Gregg, Veronica Lane, and Ed McCarthy, who all helped make this event happen this week. Joakima and Veronica put all the work. I had to do very little. It's very much appreciated. MOUs 16, 17, and 18 were ratified at the special ratification meeting. You guys consented on the agenda tonight. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, we'll move on to Folsom Cordova Education Association.
Good evening. All right. So good evening, board, FCUSD administrators, certificated and classified staff, and community members. To start, this past week, Tracy Suter was honored by CTA Region 2 and was awarded the Who's Award. Let me go ahead and give her a little round of applause. This award is given to members who have dedicated their time and effort at the local level, strengthening local chapters and supporting fellow members. In the last 3 years, Tracy has shown her dedication to members through her consistent advocacy and bargaining, creating weekly newsletters, helping members through the leave process, and many more daily actions that show she truly cares about the people we represent. Also this week, FCEA signed 12 MOUs, 3 side letters, to make working conditions and processes much better for members, as well as providing clarity in contractual issues. We'll get them soon. We have 2 more side letters and 1 more MOU to come forth, which will be coming before this board by the end of June. We just have a few little tweaks or total creation, and then we will be set to sign. However, we are still continuing our discussion on compensation and benefits. It looks like we have consistency on PD days, but we are still negotiating over benefits and compensation. With the governor's revised budget, there is great news for all, starting with more funds for special education, a higher COLA, and possible pregnancy leave. There still needs to be clarification on this particular issue, one that I am eager to hear. Personally, I have been on the CTA committee for about 3 years for this issue. FCA is hoping that with a larger COLA, the district will see a pathway to strengthen their proposal for not only 26-27 school year, but also the 27-28, and to have the start of COLA be closer to the stated percentage for this year and the projected one for the following year. FCA counter will come in August when our next meeting is scheduled. I am hopeful that we will come to a conclusion to this 2-year contract no later than October. To everybody who is starting their summer break, relax, rejuvenate, and rejoin us in August. For those of you who are either working summer school or who are closing out their year out, hurry and get to the well-deserved break you deserve. Thank you.
Right, we will go on to Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Good. We have a presentation. Not as good as theirs. Good evening, President Lorette, members of the board, and Superintendent Swanson, and fellow colleagues. We are pleased to share a brief update on behalf of our district's management group. Over the past year, we have focused heavily on celebrating our leadership in FCLA and strengthening our vital partnership with AXA. When we review our work over this past year, there's much to commend. We started this year by recognizing Scott Meyer and his attendance team for their dedicated outreach. We also appreciate and recognize Dr. Ayanna Pease and her team for honoring our legacy employees and framing our historical context, as we've seen every board meeting, and building a platform for our equity team's presentations. We saw Mindy Andrews up here tonight for her excellence in guidance in our visual and performing arts programs. Dr. Huber and his team, we appreciate the building and inspiring and capacity building of our aspiring leaders. Kate Hazarian and her critical work driving strategic improvement across the district and our community schools initiatives. Sean Martin and the Budget Advisory Committee for the efforts in optimizing our resources and maximizing operational efficiencies. And our superintendent and Mr. Bird. We appreciate and thank you for meeting with us monthly to collaborate openly on key issues during our meet and confer sessions. Our connection with AXA has also, we've been able to celebrate a few things and strengthen that connection this year, I think, in a way that it hasn't been so connected in the past. We've seen some students recognize that have overcome obstacles in their Every Student Succeed program. We have had important policy and leadership updates from the state level that we've shared with our organization. And in the culminating event at the end of the year, we had our very own Peter Maroon recognized as AXA's Region 3 Central Office Administrator of the Year. And of course, as Folsom Cordova is a whole team, unified here, we express our sincere gratitude to our partners at CSEA and FCEA for their continued collaboration and steadfast partnership. But finally, to sustain this incredible momentum, we look forward to our own organizational structure changing a little next year. So this year, we formalized our group's regular meeting structure and updated our bylaws to define and add some key leadership positions, which you'll see in a moment. And these changes ensure that our upcoming board truly recognizes the diverse makeup of our management team, and with intentionality, bringing together certificated, classified, and district office personnel. So with that, we want to extend our deepest thanks to everyone who served on FCLA's executive board this year. And I am proud to hand over the floor to our incoming president, Chili Childers, who will introduce our executive board for the 2026-2027 school year. So I personally would like to thank all of you.
we're just gonna jump right into it. I am of many less words than Keith, so this will be brief. I am Leanne Childers, aka Chili, as many of you know. I work in the IT department here, but I am very proud to be one of the first classified FCLA presidents ever in the history of Folsom Cordova. And if you look at this list here for our incoming exec board members, you'll see that Keith here, who planted this seed, has encouraged many others to come on this ship as well. So I will proceed accordingly. Keith Shields here is obviously stepping into past president role. He is the assistant principal at Folsom Middle School. Leslie Cottrell is the newly appointed president-elect and is currently serving as the principal at Williamson. Stephanie Filippo is the newly appointed secretary. Her position is position control analyst in admin services here at the district office. Brooke Knight is the newly appointed treasurer. She's the manager of benefits and payroll, also here at the district office. Suzanne Borth is continuing as vice president of Ledger Action. She is the principal of adult education. Minnie Andrews is continuing as vice president of membership. She is the coordinator of VAPA. Kayla Yates is the assistant principal of Williamson. She is coming as the vice president of programs. And Louise Cranston is continuing to oversee communications, and she is currently serving as the assistant principal at Folsom High School. We also have a new structure to our meet and confer. We recognize that we did not have representation for certificated leaders at the district office historically. So we added a position this year, which I'm very excited about. That was kind of like a little bit of a hole that we didn't have when we were having those conversations. So those representatives are Amber Fontaine is continuing to represent elementary. She is the principal at Cordova Meadows. Phil Leonhart, Len Hart, so there you go. He is the principal at Vista Del Lago. He is incoming as a secondary representative. Roxanne Anguiano, yep. She is the manager in HR over classified hiring. And then Dr. Ayana Pease is the incoming certificated administrator representative. She is serving as the director of connectedness and well-being. I'm excited to see this diverse group of leaders and background getting involved in FCLA, and I'm looking forward to a collaborative year with CSEA and FCEA, and I'm looking forward to it. And thank you, Keith, for a really great year. Thank you, guys.
Chili, are any of your executive board members here? I'd like to recognize them from the dais.
I don't think
Fontaine is.
Amber's here.
Fontaine's
She is
here.
like, what?
Yeah.
Amber is here. Dr. Pease was here, but I think
And she left. I just
Yeah.
wanted to recognize them from
Yes.
the dais. If they can, Amber could stand up and
yes, Amber.
and who else was there?
Dr. Pease was here, but I
Oh,
think
she was, okay.
Yeah,
All right, perfect.
just me. I'm just kidding. Yeah,
Welcome,
it's been
Chili.
amazing. I'm really excited about this.
All right.
Thank you all.
Okay, then moving on to our District English Learner Advisory Committee. Elak?
Shauna.
I was so excited about the announcement of the executive board for FCLA. No report.
Thank you. Okay, then we will move on to board committees. First one, artificial intelligence. Any report? Nope. Okay. Moving on to budget advisory.
I think for this season, Sean Martin, correct me if I'm wrong, for this year, we are officially closing the SBAC meetings. So I know he's going to have a great report for all of us. I don't want to disclose those numbers, how much we saved. And also we are planning for next year as well. So this is going to continue to see where the efficiencies are, more funds generation for our school districts. That way we can take care of all employees in this district. So far it is going well. Thank you.
Curriculum advisory.
We had our last meeting and I think, saw all of the course outlines tonight.
Fantastic. Okay, district facilities.
We had a meeting on May 15th, talked about a couple of things, including the Folsom High School parking lot, which over the next 2 years will have major renovations to it. We also had a presentation from Angela regarding rebranding. And we talked a little bit about fence installation. Two schools, they are going to have their fence installation, but it's going to be slightly delayed. Would be Folsom Middle School and Vista del Lago High School. In both instances, we will start the year without the fence installation, but it will be incorporated as quickly as possible once we get the contracts out. And to the degree we can get some early fence installation, it will be up front. Obviously, both are very large properties, and then they'll work on the rest of it. We also discussed the new elementary school, Rocky Ridge Elementary School, and we're going to start seeing some early soil being removed from the site. And actually, it might have already begun. Has it begun? It has. All right. Well, this meeting was like a week ago, but it was it was imminent, and it happened. So, but yeah, the residents will start to see some action taking place on that school site as well. I think that was about. Was there anything else? Was that about right?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. That's the update from facilities.
Okay, policy committee?
We had a meeting yesterday. A few policies that will be coming forward in the next
June 18th.
yeah, the second one in June. So, and then one of those three we're going to have to bring forward to CSBA, Mr. Clark, to get them to make some updates reflecting ours. So we're going to be the leaders.
And one thing I'd also mention, just connected to the Artificial Intelligence Committee, I know they've been working hard this year on our district's first Artificial Intelligence Board policy, and that'll be coming to the June 18th board meeting as well.
Okay, safety committee?
Nothing much.
No report. Okay, special education? Okay, no report. City of Folsom 2x2, I think we reported on last time, so I don't think we've had that. And same thing with City of Rancho Cordova, 2x2s reported on last time. Okay, we've made it through the first part of the agenda, guys. All right, we're moving on to presentation, update, and discussions, and we will start with A, which is Building Community and FCUSD, the annual community schools update.
Yeah, I see Carla and a bunch of patient rock stars out there. Thank you so much for being here and waiting for this awesome presentation. Carla, are you coming up? Come on up. We're going to be sharing all the amazing work the team's been doing this year. Oh, we've got some students too. I didn't know if they were part of the presentation. Good to see you. I feel like Carla just made the Avengers Unite call, and look, they all just kind of came together. Assemble, yeah.
I'm gonna be there for that.
All right. Good evening, Superintendent Swanson, Board of Trustees, Ms. Dagnall, student board members, staff community. We thank you for your continued support of community schools across FCUSD. At the heart of this work is our vision of building schools where students and families feel connected, supported, seen, and heard. While we continue to support funded community school cohorts, we're also working alongside additional schools across the district that are building community in different ways, student-centered systems that don't have grant funding, That work moves a little more slowly without the extra money, but schools are still making meaningful progress, and they're developing things like cost teams, expanding family resources, and strengthening partnerships. When we talk about what's a community school, we're really talking about schools that prioritize these things: student voice, empowered support staff, trust, relationships, whole child focus, and many others. This work's not about programs. It's about creating the conditions for learning and shifting how we think about school and how we do school daily. This year, we have lots of highlights, but I wanted to just shout out a couple. White Rock Elementary was selected to host a cost care of community of practice, and they had a fishbowl where they hosted districts across the region. And to learn about this system, it will also be hosting one come early fall, and you'll be invited to come out and see that. Also, another thing we're very proud of this year is we had a parent academy pilot. And it's a place where we're strengthening relationships with our families and where we're helping our families to better understand our school district, navigate and advocate within the educational system. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amber Fontaine, principal at Cordova Meadows. We have built systems across school sites that are yielding high impact in academic growth, relationships, and revenue. 13 school sites are now implementing cost structures to better empower support staff and teachers while supporting student and family needs. Site attendance meetings help teams review data and plan together because we know attendance is our #1 academic intervention. Home visits are one way we respond to families while we are not seen on campus. Visiting families to share support, care, and connection while helping students return to school has built strong relationships and trust. The impact of relationship-centered systems is measurable. Chronic absenteeism decreased significantly over the last 3 years, while average daily attendance increased from 90.6% prior to community schools implementation to over 92% this year. This growth has also generated nearly $1 million in additional revenues across community schools sites. Special shout out to Cordova Meadows, students, staff, and especially our families for their hard work on getting our attendance up at our school. We have the highest attendance out of all of the Title I schools at over 94%, so great job, Meadows. Additionally, our scholars at our community schools have demonstrated notable growth on the LPAC assessment, with students scoring at the highest proficiency level, increasing by more than 16 percentage points. We are also seeing literacy gains across student groups through our foundational literacy work, directly aligning to our district's literacy goals and focus on students' achievements. These outcomes reinforce that when students feel connected, supported, and engaged, academic achievement improves.
Good evening. My name is John Bliss, principal at Cordova Gardens Academy of Arts and Sciences. I'm going to probably talk about the most important slide here in the deck, shared leadership. So one of the biggest things that I have learned is that a strong community comes from shared leadership with these partners. And at Cordova Gardens, we've learned that we can't make every decision alone. I can't. I have to really, truly trust the people that I'm working with, and that's really what the community is. So it takes trusting and empowering support staff, valuing different strengths and expertise, and creating space for families and students and staff to problem solve together. When leadership is shared, staff, students, and families are able to build stronger relationships and help create a more connected school community.
Good evening, I'm Doris Cortez, Director of Youth and Employment Services with Folsom Cordova Community Partnership, or known as FCCP. So 3 years ago, organizations across Rancho Cordova came together to learn about community schools and share how we were each supporting students and families. Those conversations grew into what is now the Rancho Cordova Partnership Collaborative, or RCPC. Carla and I partnered together to build stronger connections between schools, agencies, and community organizations, recognizing that many of us are supporting the same families, but in many different ways and addressing different needs. Today, RCPC continues bringing in partners together to share resources, collaborate, support Rancho Cordova families in more connected and meaningful ways.
Behind every data point is a student, a family, and a story. One of the goals of this work is to elevate student voice and leadership by creating opportunities for students to share their experiences, strengths, and ideas. Each of these scholars has participated in district and county meetings and conversations because when students feel heard, connected, and involved, it strengthens belonging, engagement, attendance, and overall student success.
Hello, my name is Oscar Aguilar. I'm currently a freshman at Cordova High School, and I have learned that students can improve schools and not just show up.
Good evening. My name is Anna Melgar, and I'm an 8th grader at Mills Middle School. These experiences taught me leadership and helped me grow much more as a person.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Broder, and I feel proud representing my school and sharing our experiences.
Hi, my name is Oliver Jackson, and being included in county and district meetings helped me feel respected and important.
Good evening. My name is Lori Dean Gillespie, and I am the parent of a 7th grader at Mills Middle School. And I know that when my child needs help, I know exactly who to call.
Hello, my name is Ashley Randestrada, and I am the parent to Benjamin Broder. And I no longer feel alone when I'm trying to support my child.
Every student deserves a school where they feel seen, heard, valued, and supported, a place where their voice matters and their presence makes a difference. As we look ahead, sustainability matters. We are still shifting mindsets and building stronger systems of support, and this work needs time to fully take root. Continued funding is imperative for these systems to flourish. Next year, community schools will continue expanding district-wide with the addition of families in transition services and parent coordinators across Rancho Cordova and Folsom schools, while also pursuing reimbursement opportunities through the California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. Thank you for your continued board support of the community schools work happening across Folsom Cordova Unified School District to help create the conditions for learning.
We have one more addition, hot off the press. One of our current partners, Project Optimism, that is a mentorship program in some of our Rancho schools, has received a grant to work with Black Child Legacy, and we'll be partnering with them. They will be housed within our school district, and we're excited about the partnerships. We're excited about what our families will receive in support. All right, any questions?
Any questions?
Any questions?
No, congratulations on bringing BCLC, or Black Child Legacy Campaign, to Rancho. I said it last year that we were coming, so I'm glad that we'll be there working alongside with you.
I know there's a picture request, so I'm thinking all of you, we're going to stand up here because it gets too crowded. Students, parents in the middle, community schools supports on the outside, and then we'll be behind you, and then Angela will take some excellent photos. And we're submitting this photo in, we're getting a golden bell. So this photo is going in our golden bell application because this board's support of this amazing endeavor is really important to be acknowledged. So come on up here, set up. Golden bell and hoodies. That's what Rochelle just said.
Big job. Big job. Stay focused. Position just a little bit more like this. Kind of where my hands are. Yeah. Up. Yep. All right. Someone's got in trouble for standing on the board.
Nice man.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sean. Great job. Good job.
Okay.
You know, I didn't have an opportunity, but Kate and Carla, you all spoke at our director's breakfast last year, and I don't think I had the opportunity to thank you all for coming out, but I know there was just some positivity that came out of that. I think, Eric, you were there. So I appreciate you all coming out and talking about community schools to representatives statewide, and the work. I just appreciate the work that you do. So I just wanted to let you and your team know that. So kudos to you.
Good job.
Okay. Moving on to item B, school branding initiative, updated logos and brand designs.
Yeah, I'd like to invite Angela up to talk about an initiative I think that's been several years in the making with some very intense focus this year, sharing out about some new brands.
Thank you so much. Good evening, President Larrett, Board of Trustees, student board members, Superintendent Swanson, Ms. Dagnall. Thank you so much for allowing me to present on our initiative for the Rancho Cordova Schools rebrand. And I can't think of a better night to talk about school branding than hoodie night. As we look around at each other, we can definitely see how school pride, school spirit, and even school merchandise really makes a difference in school culture. So we do have a heavy deck here. If you've had a chance to preview it, there's 98 slides for the next 90 minutes. I'm going to walk us through. Okay, I'm not. But I am going to highlight a few slides, and that way you'll be able to read this deck. It'll be available for everybody in the public tomorrow in board briefs and updates, so we'll get right to it. This did start many years ago, actually, back in COVID, when we were working with the city of Rancho Cordova to provide branded masks for schools, and we realized we did not have any high-quality logo files to be able to do that. Fast forward to Measures R&S with the facilities improvements, when our architects and designers at DLR Group were asking for the school color codes and the mascots and the logos and the brand guidelines, we did not have that. So this presented a wonderful opportunity to work with DLR Group and tap into their graphics team to be able to do some high quality designs. And how fortunate, because their graphics team provides brand guidelines and logo designs for Fortune 500 companies, universities, as well as high schools. So we were very fortunate to be able to work with them. And then our wonderful facilities team too. I can't say enough good things about facilities, the support, Monica Hemrick, who really helped guide this along. So our project timeline, we started back in the fall gathering discovery sessions at 13 schools. The designers came out, and what the discovery session was an opportunity to get to know each school's particular identity, what the culture was, what that school experience on that campus was, because that was going to inform the design that was going to be taking place, and also to get a sense of the community's interest in either keeping kind of what they have with just upgrading it with some higher quality graphics, or wholesale changes. Some of our schools took this opportunity to do wholesale changes to their brand, and others really wanted to stick close to what they currently had. So this went on several different meetings, opportunities for in-person meetings, but also opportunities for students, staff, and the community to share input. So I just wanted to give you that background, because this wasn't a decision overnight. This wasn't something to feed into AI. It was carefully thought through. So I'm just going to fast forward through some of these slides here, but you can see this is where we are right now. And even as I was sitting here watching other presentations, I saw some of these logos in some of the presentations. One of the funny things, Cordova Meadows there, everybody thought it was a polar bear. It's not. It's not a polar bear. And the reason that the bear is white is because a long time ago they decided that they wanted to save money on color ink. And so therefore it's white. But they didn't want a white bear, so that was a good example to change. Cordova High, the current crest is what's being used. That's the most recent iteration, but I think we're all familiar with Larry Lancer and lots of different, there's probably, a dozen Larry Lancers out there. And so it's kind of all over the map, and we needed to standardize it. so that there could be some consistency with everything from signage, wayfinding, signs, colors, mascots, fundraising opportunities with spirit wear, anyway, all of the things. So I'm going to share this slide here. Each school has one of these slides. I'm going to call it a narrative framework. And this is the result of the feedback from the community. But you can see that with Cordova High School, some of the brand traits that were very important to them was leadership, courage, honor. And out of that came this wonderful tagline, lead the charge. And you'll see that is visually represented in the logo, that suite of products that was designed. Mills Middle School, the freedom to run. And you can see there's their current horse. They really liked their current brand. It has a strange resemblance to the Denver Broncos. And so we needed to make sure that we weren't doing any trademark infringements, but other than the color. But their energy, curiosity, resilience. It's going to hit the highlights here. Mitchell Marauders, they've been using the Michigan M, and again, another trademark infringement, so we needed to get away from that. The staff also, if you're familiar with Mitchell, there's a pirate logo that has been used, for a long time, and there was a strong sentiment to move away from that and to move something towards scholarly exploration. We also, in our discovery sessions, learned that our schools in Rancho Cordova are named after airplanes. So the Marauder, the Mustang, the Lancer, those are all airplanes. And that's a nod to Mather Air Force Base and the tradition of aeronautics and space exploration and the history in Rancho Cordova. So that was something that we wanted to uncover with Mitchell. So you'll have a chance to go through each one of these slides. I'm just going to go through them kind of quickly because we have 13 schools and we have some logos to reveal. So take some time. This White Rock, they wanted to get away from the Pony Express. They have a brand new logo and a brand new saying. So, okay, let's use Cordova High School as an example of some of the reveal here, and you'll see how this kind of applies to all of our schools. So there's Cordova Lancers, lead the charge. The lance is there, but the lance isn't coming at you. The lance is sideways, and it creates a nice, in a sense, design base here in this Cordova Lancers with the word mark, and then a uniquely designed C. All of the word marks, all of the designs are complete originals, all trademarkable, and that was something that was also very important to our schools and our district. The logos are a kit of parts, if you would. So here is an opportunity to have like a real full-size logo, something that could be on the wall of a gym, something that could be blown up on a poster. But we can also take different elements of logos and use them either by themselves or all together. So here's an example of how we've got the word marks and we have different logos that can be mixed and matched in different arrangements. And then just an example of how that might look on some hoodies and on some hats. And we're really hoping that the kids are going to want to buy the merchandise and that this is going to be a look that's going to become very well known throughout the region. I mentioned that Mills really liked their Mustang and they liked their school colors, but they just needed to have something sort of upgraded a little bit graphically. And so you'll notice in a lot of the logos that there is especially when it's an animal or a character, there's going to be a full body and then there's going to be a head, right? So here's our example of Mills Mustang. Here's another example of full body. And then there you can see the word mark and a couple of options for the logo. So for Mitchell, I mentioned that they wanted to get away from the pirate. They wanted to embrace their aeronautical history. And so they embraced the pilot to be their mascot. And they are the Mitchell Marauders. And so you've got this kind of almost like a World War II flying ace pilot. And in the word mark of the Marauders, you'll see there's an outline of an airplane. That is actually the outline of the Marauder airplane. the exact look. So they were pretty excited about that. When the staff saw this, there's an M mark. And they all started talking about getting bomber jackets for the new year with some of these logos on there. So this one was a very unique, brand new design. Just another example of how it might look. So with our elementary schools, we've got Cordova Gardens Academy of Arts and Sciences. You can see Eddie the Eagle is holding a paintbrush and a beaker to talk about the school's emphasis on these subject matters. One thing to notice is that in the word mark, where it says Cordova Gardens, the name of the school, that the name of the school is going to be the exact same font in all the elementary schools. And it's going to tie it all together. So when all of these come together, and you'll see a slide at the end of this, it looks like a family. It looks like they all belong to the same district. There's Eddie.
Wait, is there any reason why they have the same mascot as Vista and like the same name? Ours is also Eddie the Eagle, and we also say soar. Like they have the poster that's...
There is, it's funny with mascots, I'm glad you asked that. We noticed there were a lot of birds and there was a lot of blue. And so that was something that we noticed. And in fact, we even tried to, with the designers, differentiate the colors of blue. So when the brand guidelines come out, there will be color codes, so nobody's blue is exactly the same. So the Cordova Garden Eagle will have a unique blue to Vista del Lago. Yeah, that's a great question. All right, Cordova Meadows Elementary, no more a polar bear, a cute little cub. Isn't he adorable? And there we can see the word mark and the logos. Cordova Villa Elementary, they were really interested in getting away. Right now, their colors are kind of a red, and they didn't have a really highly designed logo of the hawk, so they wanted something with more detail. This presentation was done, we're actually refining this a teeny tiny bit. We're adding a little bit more blue into him. So, but for purposes, you can see the general design for the Cordova Villa Hawks. There's his. And a lot of logos, a lot of schools and everything, they will use the head. Typically tends to be really popular. I'm wearing my UCLA shirt with my little Bruin guy here as a head. So this, like I said, this is a perfect day to reveal logos.
Angela?
Yes.
On Cordova Villa, because we're doing major construction there,
yes.
Will some of this color schematic make it into the new buildings that are going in?
The answer is yes.
Excellent question, and the answer is yes.
Look over to Jerry Wickham and watch her passionately nod yes.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes, we were able to get the color codes to our designers. Yes, nice. Thank you for asking. Mather Heights Elementary, they wanted to embrace their aeronautical history, so they're the flyers. And this logo, and what you'll see in a lot of them, we really tried to find logos that would appeal to kinders as well as fifth graders. So we could see a fifth grader might like that MH emblem on a shirt. They might like the airplane too, but we wanted to have something that would appeal to all ages. There's our Navigator Elementary Falcons. And then we have Peter J. Shields. And this one, our school here, we really worked hard with all of our communities, our Peter J. Shields community especially. I want to say we had a few extra meetings with them to get it just right. They were very interested in keeping kind of the sentiment of their original otter design. And the first iteration, the otter was a little on the chunkier side. And so they wanted him to slim up and look more like a river otter. And so we went back, and the designers were wonderful, kind of refined the whiskers a little bit, slimmed him up. He definitely looks like a river otter, but we've got the Peter J. Shields Elementary. I know that shield is pretty neat. It works out. It kind of gives a nod to the Cordova High shield too. So there it is with the lockup with the word mark and the logo. Rancho Cordova Elementary, Rams. Riverview STEM Academy, they're the Rockets, and they actually have kind of two unique logos because they have a mascot they call Astro. So they've got their rocket, and there's Astro. And that R on Astro's, chest there, that also can be pulled off, and that can just be something on a hat or a shirt. There's the head. We really also wanted to work to make sure that the face was rather just a child's face, a little girl, little boy, non-gender descript. We wanted all of the students to be able to see themselves in the STEM world there. So here's White Rock Elementary. They moved away from the Pony Express, but they loved the idea of the pony. And so they kept the horse. It's a juvenile horse, but they wanted to be the trailblazers, and the staff voted on that, and they were very excited about having that new logo. Williamson Wildcats. I think they're all really cool. This one's got some really cool features in it, like the two-tone in the word mark. He's got his W, and then you can see his stripes. They are like little W's. They wanted, the school wanted something that looked kind of fun, a little fierce, but not scary, but just highly energetic. And here you can see just kind of a montage, if you would, a collage rather, of how some of these logos might look on some merchandise. And we're really looking forward to being able to hand over the brand guidelines to not only our schools, but also to our PTAs and PTOs and booster clubs so that they can use these logos for various fundraising. So, again, this is where we were. And one of the goals was not only to give the schools unique identities with logos, but also to bring them together in a cohesive look, that there was some visual continuity. And when you put them all together, they're unique, they're different, but they definitely look like they all belong to the same family. Yeah, so that's it. Do we have any questions or?
No, I have comments, obviously, but thank you is all I can really say. I mean, this has been like a 6-year project, and I know it was a lot of community involvement, and this took a lot of time to do this. But I know that the community's gonna be really excited, I think, when they can kind of get them all rolled out, and especially with the new builds, to really have something like fresh and new and things like that as we go into Cordova Villa. I know they're gonna be very excited about having something that's so fresh, and and I appreciate that the conversations were with alumni and different stakeholders, so that everyone was feeling comfortable moving forward with that. So just wanted to thank you for you and your team and all your work on that, because I know this was a massive undertaking with multiple meetings, and even getting down into our otter conversation. He was really cute when he was chunky though, but he's darling now though.
I agree. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate that. Right.
Okay, so with that, we will move on to C, which is full day kindergarten schedule update.
Yeah, excellent. I'll invite Angie Carlomagno Andrade up. Go Wolfpack. I see that UNR hoodie on. A reminder to the board, back on the March 5th board meeting, we had a couple of our teammates speak about full day kindergarten and around behavior related to the day. And I believe it was later in the meeting during our future board agenda items. At some point in the meeting, the board had a discussion and had consensus about asking the staff to go back, grab some data, talk about behavior patterns, environment, schedule, and a little bit of the research. So Angie's worked with the team and put together this presentation for your consideration this evening. Go for it.
Great. Good evening, President Larrett, board members, and Superintendent Swanson. Tonight, I am bringing forward a review of our full-day kindergarten program, and my goal tonight is to share the data that we have so the board has a common foundation and understanding. So I want to be clear about what this presentation is and what it isn't. It's a compilation of available data, schedule information, environmental context, behavioral patterns, some research, and it's intended to support a shared understanding. It is not a recommendation. The question we're holding tonight is just simply, what does the data show and what patterns emerge? So before looking at our local data, it's helpful to ground this conversation in the legal framework. So Educational Code Section 8973, which sets expectations for what full-day kindergarten should look like. It's an integrated, developmentally appropriate play-based curriculum with both active and quiet activities. I know it's hard to imagine kindergartners quiet. This is the standard of any full-day program, and it's designed to meet, and it's through this lens that we're going to look at the data tonight. So these 6 components here reflect the design model that the California Education Code and CDE guidance point toward for a full-day program. So the state framework calls for several structural elements, and there's a balance of activities with ample time for play, social emotional development, and quiet activities alongside academic learning. An integrated curriculum where the additional time supports in-depth projects, hands-on learning, and thematic units rather than just extended direct instruction. So this slide describes the design target from the state, what a well-implemented full day is meant to include. So it's a framework, and it is not a description of any one classroom. However, in Folsom, Cordova, I do want to acknowledge the work that our district has already done. We've made monetary and intentional investments to align kindergarten with these requirements. So we've purchased kitchen sets, dramatic play areas, math manipulatives, flexible seating, and play-based materials. And this just reflects a sustained commitment to having developmentally appropriate practices in our the design of our kindergarten classes. And this slide here shows some of the actual things that we've purchased for our programs, which they're highly engaging and they definitely support what a full day kindergarten program should look like. This slide shows one example of how a full kindergarten day can be arranged to meet the design framework from the state that we just looked at. And I want to be clear that this is just illustrative. It's not a mandated schedule, and it's not a description of any one single classroom within our school district. It's meant to show how the various components can fit within the 8:15 to the 2:45 p.m. window. So what I draw your attention to is the rhythm of the day. You can see that on the right-hand side there with those category labels, and it just shows how the different types of activities can be intentionally distributed throughout the day. So just a few points for this schedule. The day opens and closes with SEL, so morning meeting or circle time to ground students. The academic blocks that are embedded in here, literacy in the morning, math in the late morning, those are placed where young children tend to have the most focus and energy. And notably, they're not stacked back to back because they need to be separated by other activities and movement and things like that. And then play is woven throughout the day rather than treated as like a single recess or a reward. Oh, one more point about this. So takeaway from this layout is that a well-designed program for full day is not just extended academic instruction during the day. So there's academic time, there's play breaks, enrichment, SEL, they're all interwoven so that no single mode of learning carries too much of the day. And then young children have regular shifts between active and quiet, structured and exploratory. So now we're going to move here into some of the behavioral data. So suspension events rose from 20 in 21-22 to a peak of 94 in 23-24 and have declined since. So it's also important to note that the last column is a year-to-date, and it does not include a full year as we are not quite finished yet. 21-22 was our last district-wide half-day year, and the schedule transition happened in different years for Folsom and for Rancho Cordova schools, so the schools are not a clean apples-to-apples comparison. However, the data does show a trend, but it does not by itself establish a single cause for that. There are many possible contributing factors: schedule change, post-pandemic efforts, reporting practices, student needs could be among those things. And the decline over the past 2 years is also a part of this picture. So there definitely has been an increase in the number of kinder disciplinary incidences that coincides with the longer day. And with a longer day, there's just more opportunity as well throughout that day for behavior to spike. This slide here breaks down the suspension events down by hour of the day. And across most of the years, the morning hours, particularly around 10 a.m., show the highest concentration of events. Afternoons are generally lower. Through 24-25 does show an elevated 1 p.m. That may be worth a closer look at.
Sorry to interrupt. I think you did not skip ahead.
Oh, I'm so
There
sorry.
we go. Thank you.
Shows the highest concentration of events. So afternoons in 24-25 show an elevated 1 p.m. that may be worth a closer site level look. And then I'd offer that this pattern to be aware of rather than a conclusion. So time of day patterns, like I said before, can reflect many different things. So instructional structure, transitions, fatigue, hunger, and we would need more analysis to interpret this confidently. That same data is here on a heat map, and this just shows where the events cluster. I'm including it just so that you have the underlying numbers for all of these years. So this is one of the more notable findings in the data. Over 4 years, roughly 40 kindergarten students account for suspension events in this data set, and about 7 of those students, around 17.5%, are associated with half of the total incidences. So in other words, out of about 1,400 kindergarten students in 4 years, about 40 of them get suspended at least once. And this concentration pattern indicates an opportunity for targeted intervention at the site level. This slide brings together 4 strands of research, and I want to present them evenly so the board can weigh them together. So on academic outcomes, Cooper, Allen, Patel, and Dent's 2010 meta-analysis synthesized decades of studies comparing full-day and half-day kindergarten. So this is an interesting point. They found that full-day programs produce larger short-term gains in literacy and math than half-day programs. And the strongest benefits are for lower income students, English learners, and students who did not attend preschool. So an important caveat from this same body of research is that when the academic advantages, they tend to narrow later in the elementary grades. So in essence, they catch up, their peers catch up with them. So the research based on the schedule length over longer time horizons is mixed. On play-based learning, Pyle and Daniel's 2017 work examined how play functions in kindergarten classrooms and concluded that play is a primary and developmentally appropriate mode of learning for 5-year-olds. On family and attendance, Cassioso's 2009 research and Cannon and colleagues' 2006 work both looked at how kindergarten schedules affected families, and a consistent full-day schedule can simplify logistics for working parents and families with multiple children, is what that one concluded. And then on early exclusion, the 2014 joint policy statement from the U.S. Department of Education and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, reaffirmed in 2016, drew on a body of research linking exclusionary discipline in early childhood. So suspensions and expulsions in preschool and kindergarten, they linked that to elevated long-term risks, including later academic difficulty, disengagement from school, and contact with the justice system. So the policy guidance encourages prevention and intervention strategies rather than exclusionary responses for our youngest students. So what does kindergarten look like in our surrounding districts? So for regional context, you can see that we have some districts within our own area, and the simple pull from this slide is that there is no single regional norm. There's San Juan is interesting because they have 3 different schedules happening within that district. And then we've got a mix of full and half day around us as well. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions and provide any additional data or follow-up the board would find helpful.
Any questions?
I had one question. I know that this is quantitative data that we have. Did we talk to teachers that are in the classrooms with our kindergartners? And do we have any of that data?
No, we have not.
I would love to see that eventually.
We can absolutely provide some of that data.
This year, I believe, is the first year that the 3rd grade CASP testing in Rancho Cordova, those students would be the first cohort that had full-day kindergarten, correct?
Yes.
And then,
Well, let's see, because it's well, in Rancho Cordova, they went first.
right. I think if I did my math correctly, I think they're 3rd graders now, or finishing 3rd grade.
I'm going to trust you.
And I think next year will be Folsom. Well, the 3rd graders will be taking the CASP. I'm very interested to see if there are any changes in the CASP results this year in Rancho Cordova and next year in Folsom. Did you by chance go back? I mean, I don't know if it's comparing apples to oranges, but did you by chance go back and look at 2019 suspension rates?
No, the data team only pulled back to what we showed tonight.
Yeah, I would be curious what happened right before the pandemic as a comparison. But at the same time, that was a half day, and it's hard to, yeah. But still, all right. No, good presentation. Thank you.
Angie, I think one slide before, we don't know whether Elgro is such a big school district. Only one slide. Half day is because of the facilities. Any reason?
You know, we didn't source the reason why they have the types of programs that they have, but I do know that Elk Grove does have a lot of facilities and multi-tracks, so.
Multi-tracks, they have year-round, and, you know, they are challenged with facilities and rooms up there. You know, those are the things, you know, we really want to. Out of curiosity, right, 3 years ago, we moved to here. What was the driver behind? I don't know whether you were here that time. You can recollect why we moved from half day to full day.
It was an initiative of Josh Hoover and myself to switch to full day. Yeah.
There may be some scientific, you know, like the same way we are seeing.
Yes.
You know, we have done thorough research. Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Angie.
Thank you.
So data follow-ups, just make sure I'm clear. There was a question from you, Trustee Lofthouse, on some qualitative data around some.
Yeah, I think in the last conversation we did talk about, I mean, we had teachers here that were presenting concerns. So, and this data is pretty mixed, right? Like, it doesn't really tell us, it tells us a story, but it doesn't tell us a clear story of this is better than this. And so while I don't teach kindergarten, I've been in plenty of kindergarten classrooms, and just like teaching middle school, it's a very special breed of teachers that teach kindergarten, and I would want to know from them as the experts who spend day in and day out with kids and are educating them, so.
Sounds great. We can ask them. We'll time that pretty well, not the second to last week of school or or even the first week of school, but we'll gather that data and report back out. And then David, there was a question from you. I think it would be good for us to just clarify when the schools transitioned and start marking some academic outputs on CASP to see what happens.
Yeah.
We can do that. All right. I think that's what I heard. Okay. Thank you.
I do think that we have to be cautious of that as well, because we're in, like, we would be comparing post-COVID years on the CASP. So we'll just have to really comb through that data it can tell whatever story we want it to tell. So we just have to be cautious in how we look at that data. Do you mind? Jeanette had her hand raised, so I don't know.
Yeah. You have to come to the microphone, please.
Just so you know, when you go ahead and you do the qualitative outreach, to make sure you do to all teachers, there is about a 65-35 split, and the 35 who want to continue with full day are very passionate and very vocal for a full day kindergarten schedule. We have a very quiet 60-55, and then we have about 10-15% that really don't care either way. We'll go along with whatever it is.
I don't know if we want to expand that, because there are people that have moved out of kindergarten potentially because of issues they were facing. So I wouldn't just limit it to our current kindergarten teachers, but maybe anybody who has taught kindergarten.
So I'm just saying that just make sure that it's a widespread of teachers who, I think Kara has a really good suggestion, that anybody who has taught kindergarten has the opportunity to go ahead and speak to that qualitative input, just because we do have such a wide range of opinions out there. So, and this has become a very heated subject within the kindergarten teachers.
And then if, with your support, help promote everybody's voice being heard in that survey. So that,
As well as I think we should probably ask first grade teachers as well, because there's some anecdotal qualitative information about how has it been if you taught first grade during the half day years and now the full day years, to see
And just to let you, Rancho Cordova every school wasn't full day.
It was Title I.
It was, so it wasn't every Rancho Cordova school, so you can't go ahead and just take a city by city.
Yeah.
Madam President?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'll just simply repeat, something similar to what I said in 2021 when we were originally having these discussions. I'm not opposed to tweaking the program. I mean, I even said that back in 2021. I think we were going into something that was new, and we knew that, there would be unknowns and there would be challenges. Based on our lived experiences, we may need to tweak, how we operate full-day kindergarten. And that's still my position today, that, I'm not opposed to making tweaks if and when necessary. I just think we need to take a look at all of the data. We need to have conversations with the stakeholders, and at some point, if there is tweaks that need to be made, I welcome that. So anyway, I just wanted to just simply repeat kind of my observation back in 2021, and it's the same observation I have to today.
Sounds good.
Fantastic. We'll move on to item D, discuss board policy BP 3540, transportation.
Yeah, so invite Mr. Martin up to the podium. As a reminder to the board, back on March 19th at the board meeting, Trustee Chalam-Churla brought this in our future board agenda items, wanting to have more discussion around this, and there was board consensus. Through conversations that I've had with Trustee Chalam-Churla and Trustee Reed, and then a meeting also with Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin's going to start with the presentation tonight, but then I'll probably hand it over to Trustee Chalam-Churla, and then the board can have a discussion about our board policy. Does that sound right? Okay.
All righty, good evening. I actually don't even have a presentation. I was just going to share some information a little bit about the transportation team, where we are status-wise. I know there's been questions around how are we doing with meeting the needs of all of the services in those areas. So with regards to that, we have implemented several new positions within the transportation team to support the build-out and need to support our staff and the structures of the department. We've created a chief financial transportation officer position. That person has been filling the role, and we have hired our behaviorist who will start in July to support the training. Our manager of training and connectedness was very excited to find out that our 2 candidates that we sent in for state certification has both of them passed. So this will be the first time, at least in the last 5 years, that we've actually had more than one state trainer within our organization. So we're creating capacity there. The class that we will have another class in June that will be coming up at the end of June. We'll be starting another class. The current class has finished up for the most part. The cadets are completing their driving. We have 4 cadets that are completing the process there. They're at different stages with regards to that. So we're very excited about that. We had a consultant, PTI, Public Transportation Information Systems, I believe is their name. They've come in and done their analysis. We expect a draft of their thoughts in early June. And so we're doing that. We are updating our handbook, our staff handbook. One of our big issues right now with transportation is we have about somewhere in the neighborhood of about 30% absenteeism rate in the department, which goes back to culture, which goes back to some other components. And so we're working on that and implementing some systems in place to reduce those types of things. With regards to the communication to families that were impacted by the reduction in routes, we did do a survey, about 3,000 families that would have lived in the area. Obviously not, majority of those folks did not ride the bus, but we did reach out to those. Of those, we did get 162 responses of interest in that. So we are still working on trying to see what that would take to have a paid option available for those folks through a vendor. We also are working with Sacramento RT. It does look like they are going to be able to provide a morning service to the American River Canyon area that will be able to provide transportation for at least the AM portion, which our understanding from the communications we've received is where the majority of the need is. Normally afternoon, because of athletics and other extracurriculars, it's not as big of an impact, but it's the morning service. So that's going well as well. So that just gives you kind of an update of where we are as a system. It's still going to take some time, but I do believe we're putting processes and systems in place, putting people and the systems of support necessary to continue to support the drivers and grow that department to be able to provide the level of service that we want to for our students. So that gives you an update there. The documents attached today, we did include the board policy 3540 and the administrative regulation 3541. So I think that's there. So I'm more than willing to answer questions that you guys may have around that or any other information I can provide.
Questions?
No, I don't have questions to him. I just got some additional information for all of us, which I shared with you.
Can you turn your microphone just so YouTube can hear?
Got it. No, I don't have any specific questions to you. This is a board discussion item and also the collaboration. Time to time, we may be looking at you and, you can definitely.
I'll sit down and use the mic down there.
Exactly.
All right, perfect.
Right. So I got some additional information. I was just going around and looking at this transportation. I know, if you don't mind, if you can pass it too. It's a touchy subject. And for our board discussion purpose, everyone has a packet here. I did a good research on this transportation and what is the general radius? What is the general radius for the school bus service? State advises 1 mile for elementary, 2 miles for middle, and 3 miles for high school. And I have a chart in front of all the board members here. Except Folsom, Cordova, everybody is under that number in the state. At least I pulled the high level, the bigger size districts who are like 23,000 5,000 kids serving around. So whether how they are providing, whether they are charging more or charging less, that's secondary. I didn't go there. But at least the major research which I found across the state, by having the lesser radius, giving access, the transportation service to more parents and more kids will bring various aspects, starting with the ADA increase slightly. It pays itself, that ADA increase. Number two, it is really, really going to help those hardworking parents. Both parents are doing two jobs. Socioeconomically, that community will definitely get a help on this one. I know, Addie, you were here before becoming the board member talking about the environment. Taking out 60 cars from the road by putting one bus, preferably electric bus. The impact, and both cities are heavily growing. And if you see the traffic situation around the major thoroughfares, especially south of 50 to this side, and in front of all our middle schools, elementary schools, is nightmare. And the situations, what I'm trying to request, two things. One, some districts, they have the radius in their board policies, including our neighboring district, which is El Grove. Our El Grove is serving approximately, I just want to look at the districts who are doing definitely much better job in transportation. We have to compete with the people who are doing better than us. And that's what we do. I think so many people came to our school district to learn the community schools because we are doing awesome, how we are bringing ADAs to our school. El Grove serves approximately, their size is 63,000, and they serve over 10,000 students in their transportation. And we are doing about 3,000 to 3,500, maybe 4,000. And El Grove serves their radiuses for elementary school 1 mile to 2 approximately. Middle school, I'm talking about the focus is middle school, high school. Middle school is 2 and high school is 3 miles. So again, the impact, it's not that we are spending more money by reducing the radius, investing more buses. We are going to generate the revenue through the ADA process. So my request to our colleagues here, take a looking at this. And also, one more, I think I let my colleague also speak. Some school districts are offering 8 hours full-time driving positions, some school districts. There may be a way how we can attract more drivers to our district sites too. Taking that side also into a deeper look. I know now we have a new executive, new behavioral person. They are doing the, audits and surveys and all sorts. I just want to bring all this to the team here with my research and considering few things for a betterment of transportation services providing to our districts, comparing with those people who are doing better. I'm just going to close this and I can hand over it to my colleagues also. 2+ years ago, El Grove was struggling exactly like us. 30% time offs. They implemented certain processes, which in fact Eric collected for me, by having the driver assistants or attendants in the bus. Over the time, they are going to be becoming the drivers. All those, now their ratio is almost at 90%. So there are some districts are implementing some good policies and processes. My goal is how we can improve our transportation services to those parents. So I'll pause here. I'll let David is my a buddy in this discussion. So,
Yeah, we're wingmen.
Wingmen, okay.
Just adding on to YK's comments, first of all, we want to be realistic, right? What can we do soon? What can we do perhaps in a year from now? And ultimately, we felt that there were two things that we would like the board to consider, but also, perhaps this needs to be pushed off to the policy committee for further dialogue, if the board was so willing. But one of the things that, as YK already touched on, is right now the distances are in the administrative regs, the ARs. We would like to move the distances from the AR to the board policy, similar to how some schools do it. I'd say probably a majority of them are in the AR, but there are definitely some school districts that have the distances in the board policy. The second is we would like the district to perhaps look to contract the circles, the distances. I mean, think about it for a second. 4 miles for a high school. That's 8 miles a day. We expect students to walk 8 miles a day? Really? To and from school? I mean, that's essentially what our AR is saying right now. And, even the state has it at 3 miles?
3 miles.
3 miles, a recommendation. But at the same time, we understand, it would be dramatic to cut a mile. It would obviously have cost implications, which I'm sure Sean would be concerned about as well. But, could we potentially at least make a step in the right direction? Maybe it's 3 3/4 miles, and slowly figure out how we can contract those circles to get at least down to the state recommendation. But even middle school we have currently at 3 miles. So again, do the math, that's 6 miles. Do we really expect a 11 or a 12-year-old to be walking 6 miles a day to school? I don't think so. Or riding a bike, I suppose. But I guess right now it's not as big of an issue for some because they're driving those e-bikes, right? Which is not something that we are encouraging, depending on the class of the e-bike either. But so, I think to a certain degree, we understand this is not going to be a solution for the fall. We're too close to the fall to have, to make a change of that nature. But we definitely would like the board to have a conversation about this and explore the idea of, well, first of all, pull it into the board policy. Although theoretically, I guess we could pull into the board policy with the current distances right now. That would be fairly easy. And then have the conversation of how do we potentially contract those distances. I would note that there are some school districts that don't offer transportation. So, I think the examples YK was giving were of the districts that offered transportation.
Yes.
Some districts have made the difficult decision not to offer transportation, which is allowed in state law. With the exception of special education, we have to provide those transportation in those instances. But anyway, that's basically what YK and I have been noodling on, and we wanted to bring that to the board for discussion and board input. Obviously, we're only two board members, but we are definitely curious as to what the majority of the board potentially would have an interest in doing here.
I have a few thoughts on this. I think we have to be really careful when we say there's people who are doing better than us on transportation, because I will tell you that families in Oak Grove will tell you that their kids are on buses for hours. Mm-hmm. And so I think we have to weigh out what better looks like, maybe better policies and they're improving their systems. And I think that obviously we're driving towards that, but I don't think that it's better to have a smaller radius with more students with finite resources that are causing students to be on the bus for 2.5. Where does that look like? I personally would like to see us let our new head of transportation department seed in and work on some of those policies to get us where we are, because I think if we start talking about contracting those areas right now and we don't have those resources and we put that in a board policy that's what we're going to commit to, that could potentially upend our transportation for our sped students specifically for being out there for hours. So I'm not necessarily opposed to this, but I would like to give them some time to get through that department and to work on some of these processes and maybe talk to some of the other districts about what they are doing for the ones who do have it, to expand their, recruiting and different things like that. Now we have 2 trainers, which I think is going to be really beneficial for us. But I would be really hesitant to codify anything that we can't really 100% commit to that's going to cause our students to be on the bus even for a further amount of time during the day. One thing is I'll say we haven't had a lot of parents up here complaining about students walking for 8 miles a day though, too. Unless you're getting those emails about kids walking that far.
I can only make one comment here. I know we are meeting next week with the 2 police chiefs. We were at the 2x2 at Rancho Cordova. And when the police chiefs are investigating, number 1 reason is fatality and accidents of the e-bikes. The spike is going so high. It may not be a 4-mile walk, but definitely those kids are getting onto these kind of tools. Right? So I'm just want to give you.
No, for sure. And I'm not saying that I'm opposed to this at all. I would love for us to see that we could get those mileage down for sure. But I feel like we've just have this new person who's in there. We're already starting to see some improvements already starting to happen. And so I'm definitely not opposed that if we could even bring this back, maybe in the fall time to even kind of just get a little bit of an update of kind of where we're at on our recruitments and things like that. Because I'm not opposed to codifying this in a board policy. I'm not opposed to bringing those mileage down. I would love to be able to do that. But I do have concerns that if we try to attempt to do those steps right now and we're not fully prepared to have those supports for them, of what that looks like for families and causing our families further frustrations of, well, okay, so we have the mileage, but we don't have the driver, so now you're on a list. Is that more frustrating for a family or less frustrating for a family? What does that look like for them to just sit on an endless list because we don't have the bus drivers, So we're definitely a proponent of not having our buses out in front of a donut shop saying we're hiring for bus drivers. That's not really super effective. And, I think we've had those conversations about recruiting better and different things like that. I'm a huge fan of getting to the 8 hours a day for a bus driver because I think that's one of our biggest, drivers for people not wanting to be in that position is, I have to stop in the middle of my day. I don't have anything to do, so I think if we could figure out that component, we might be cooking with some gas. But if we could start looking into some of those, I would be a huge proponent of being able to get this mileage down but I'm just really concerned about right now, if we try to limit that mileage and we don't have that support to do that it's going to be we're going to cause a worse situation for first and foremost, sped students. Number 2, families that are using it, and then families who are on a wait list for an endless amount of time because we don't have those bus drivers, and a huge frustration point for them on that. So that's just kind of where I'm at with that.
I echo a lot of those concerns. Just because we see this on paper doesn't mean that it's necessarily better. And so I think, and what we also see on here is many neighboring districts that aren't even on the list because they don't have transportation. And so I think all of what you said, but I also have concern about putting specific mileage in the board policy because to change board policy, if we end up in a situation where we have to make it larger, make it smaller, to change board policy takes a while. It goes through steps to be able to get to the point where it's then approved and now the board policy, but that's a long time period between often. And an AR can be changed quickly. When this came up with Eric and I's conversation, my ask was how easy is it to access the ARs online so that families could access that AR? And they are there. They're not very easy. So my ask is that we make those ARs a lot more accessible to our families so that when an AR does change, maybe there's a clear indicator that there's been a recent change or something like that. But my concern with putting numbers in a policy and is the amount of time that it takes to change policy if we had to make those changes due to capacity, due to number of special ed students, due to a bus being down, whatever that reason is, and we would have to make adjustments. So, and I 100% agree that we need to give them some time in their position before we really start looking at what those potential changes could be.
Thoughts?
So my recommendation here, what we were looking at, any board policy, if I'm not wrong, I think we were able to change it in one meeting. The music and jazz from last time to this time. I don't know whether that is a board policy or something
Now that's a course
else.
outline, and
Course outline.
it went
Yeah.
many times. So it's the same with a board policy meeting. They happen once a month approximately, and then it takes the turnaround to get on an agenda to get approval. And if there has to be changes, then it goes back again. So it could potentially be 2 or 3 months out.
Absolutely. Things like this are not going to change overnight. Transportation, it is a yearly thing. I don't think so even we try to do somewhere in the middle of the month, years. So I'm not sure, that's how I am taking it. And I'm not opposing this one, but at least I want to bring it to the board's attention. There is a room for improvement in our transportation. That's number one. If as long as, the majority is agreeing on that. And my one request is, I'm just going to make it one more time here. We cut the services for 4 buses this year. If we are going ahead with that approach, just go in the thought of doing a better service for transportation, restoring those 4 bus services for a couple of reasons. I know I have been echoing the same thing and again of the safety concerns of the situation from south of 50 to this side. Even I was literally yesterday in Rancho Cordova, seeing between the Rancho Cordova this ties to the 2 middle schools and high school, how many pass-throughs they have. They have 4 pass-throughs, how kids can go over. Whereas in Folsom, 15,000 people are living there. There is no easy transportation pathway here. That's another my request to this board to see whether we can consider restoring that one for following year. While we are working for a long term, I'm okay with that. At least I want to bring these facts to the board attention. We can work in 6 months from now or 3 months from now. It's always a good idea to give a set expectation to that new executive as well, bring something to us in 100 days or 180 days in a set way by learning. So my request for this board is whether we can consider on the safety reasons restoring those 4 bus services.
Mr. Martin, when do you think would be an appropriate time for us to maybe circle back on the transportation? Like, what's a reasonable amount of time? I mean, I don't want to make it too long, but not too short either.
Yeah, I think we would be prepared at the beginning of the year. Once the year starts off, we can come and give an update of what we're able to provide and what we have to keep in mind. We're still building routes for this upcoming year because of the changes with special education. There is going to be some additional routing there where we are continuing to grow. So there are other places. We already had wait lists in other areas. So the routes that were reduced are being filled into other places. They've already been reallocated. That's the process. But I think with regards to giving you like a status update of where we are in systems, I would say September, October would give us enough time to start the year and let everybody know where we are. Yeah.
So Sean, wouldn't this just make sense to put this on advanced planning for future agenda items instead of trying to figure out a timeline for all this? I mean, because it just seems to me like we're going in circles here. I mean, can't we just say we'll put it on a future agenda item?
Of course, yeah, if you guys want to have that as a discussion item, and we can make it an annual piece as well. I know the first couple of years I was here, we had several presentations because we had to reduce routes during the year, and we weren't able to start the year with some routes because of, again, staffing capacity issues. So I'm more than willing to present as frequently as the board would like. So,
Can we add to the discussion the issue about retaining and recruiting bus drivers? I know that, one of the issues that's out there that has created this problem is the fact that there are potential employees who are looking for 8-hour jobs.
yeah.
And I know we have thought outside of the box, which I appreciate, where a bus driver could hypothetically drive their routes and then go to a school site and do work like as a yard duty or something of that nature, and then get back on their bus and drive their afternoon routes. But the problem with that is that they take a salary cut when they are doing the yard duty. So they are basically at one pay level, they drop down to a lower pay level, then they go back up to a higher pay level. And understandably, that's not as attractive as having a steady salary for the 8 hours. Is it possible that we could explore creating a new job description for a new category of employee, that part of their job description is driving buses, and perhaps other items in the job description could be other functions that are currently not being performed, but we want to be performed in the district. It might be site security, perimeter security, things that we have spoken about in the past that we currently do not have someone who's doing that. And getting us, because it's a new position, we could keep the salary at the same level and not having it to go down and then back up. And just experiment with a couple of FTEs to see if that is something that would potentially work. Because if you go back to 2016, 2017, we didn't really have as big of a problem with the bus. Yeah, I'm sure we always have to a certain degree, but we didn't. We used to be able to offer buses to our swim teams. I know because my kids were on the big long school buses that picked them up at high school and took them to their swim meets. Mm-hmm. Now, we're dependent on either another student driving other students to the swim meets, which I'm not sure you're supposed to do.
We don't allow that.
Well, we may not allow it, but the fact of the matter is it's occurring. We have parents that are driving kids around. We have, kids, hiking it or riding their e-bikes to swim. And that didn't occur until after the pandemic.
Well, I think there's a couple things with that. The number of special education students in our district has drastically increased across the state, across the nation. So that automatically falls into why there is going to be a discrepancy. We also have a lot more people in our district at this point too. But I don't think any of us disagree that we wish we could do better. I don't think that that's necessarily anything that we disagree with. I think that we have to look moving forward, and come October, when we are able to have a conversation with our staff and say, how's it going? What changes could we potentially make this year or moving forward to the next year based on what our current status is? And then go from there. I think that it's sort of a holding pattern, and I don't think any of us disagree that we wish we could make buses available to everybody or any of those things, but realistically that's not going to be the case. And then we also have to look at numbers of special ed students next year. We have a lot of things that we have to look at before we can really decide where we could make changes or adjustments. And so I don't think that we're arguing whether or not we wish we could do better. I think, of course we do. And so I think really the next steps is have a conversation in October, see where we are, see what we can do to recruit better, see what we can do to fill those positions, see if we can decrease areas, things like that. So I think that, and maybe those conversations are happening throughout the summer too, as they build the routes and they are creating that. Our district is also looking out for the best that they can. And so if they can offer buses to more people, they will. And so I think we're kind of in a holding pattern. I don't think any of us disagree that we wish we could do better. And what that better looks like will kind of depend on how the year rolls out next year.
I would love to jump in to let the board know that, one, and I think you're aware, definitely a national challenge, state challenge in hiring bus drivers. We know that, we agree to that. But also as a continuous improvement district that we're really focused on improvement. We actually have, I don't know if it's completed, Sean, an external auditor that came in to audit our transportation team and system, because we are interested in doing these things, and a report in the fall of the findings from the audit and our next steps around improvement, I think would make a ton of sense. Is that all correct?
Yeah, the report will be coming in draft form in June, and then we'll be working on that. I think one of the things, going back to the question about trying to get 8 hours for our drivers, I think we're 100% on board with looking at ideas or suggestions around that. We would have to work with our labor partner on that, with CSEA and the team, to create a new position. I will be honest, if we really are trying to be efficient within our systems and to try to offer 8 hours, the way you would do that is by adjusting bell schedules so that there's enough amount of time between elementary, middle, and high school campuses so that you could have a driver do all 3 routes and have an 8-hour day. Mm-hmm. And so that will be, I think part of the presentation that we can do is give you an update of status, but also recommendations of things that we would put in place if we could, because some of those things, like a bell schedule, it's a big change across the district, the systems. With regards to working with our labor partners, we can do that. We can talk about those things too. I think we have to look at costs as well in all of these things. So there would be, a conversation about the fees and the rates that we're charging those that can pay for the service. I think when you talk about attendance, I totally agree. Now, I would argue that our attendance rates are higher than Elk Grove's. Where our attendance rates are the lowest are in our socioeconomically our Title I schools. So if we were going to focus on, reducing the radius and offering it, I think that's where you would prioritize that. So there are a lot of things that we can talk about through those processes and systems. So, but I think a combination of the leadership team that we have in place with the team, the consultant information, I think we have an opportunity during the summer to start building, knowing that it will take multiple years to put all these things in place, but I think we can come with quite a robust plan in the September-October timeline about all the things that we can do, and then talk about prioritization of who's next in line of getting that service. Because again, we have a list right now. We prioritize our students who need special ed services, and then we target our McKinney-Vento students, and then we target our students that are having to be transferred out of their home school location. So those are the students that we prioritize first, and then we try to prioritize socioeconomically disadvantaged sites, and then paid student status. So that is our targeted priorities. There are wait lists for those anybody that is not special ed or McKinney-Vento, there are wait lists associated with that because of capacity as well. So,
and by the way, I'm perfectly fine with, and speaking for myself, not YK, but I'm perfectly fine with having a meeting in October that gives staff and working with Rob time to kind of explore and think outside the box. And I mean, I like I said, when I started my comments a little while ago, I didn't expect this to happen next school year. But what I would like to see is meaningful dialogue taking place to explore. You may come back and say, listen, we can't do anything. That's a possibility. But I would love to see, and I think YK feels the same way, that these conversations take place in earnest and see if there's something we can do and report back in October, including maybe talking again with CSEA about maybe, a new type of job description and see, just to experiment, right?
When we're also looking at that 8-hour day, can we also pull the data also on how much the booster clubs are paying on charter buses and stuff like that for their athletics? Because if we're looking at it's like swing shift type things or something like that to cover that, because that's an expense that we don't really have in our budget, but the boosters are paying for those. But if the boosters weren't paying for those, they could maybe offset some of the things that the district is paying for, like helmet replacements and different things like that, that they could take on some of those expenses. So it's like indirectly hits our budget. But, I know that we've got, it's $2,000 to take a charter bus, and so those costs are like rising at a rapid rate. And so if we can kind of look at that, and, I know it's not directly into that, but just see what that is. And so when we are looking at it, maybe it's just that we're working on some swing shifts and stuff like that for certain days or something like that when we know we have heavy game schedules and stuff like that as we kind of walk through that. So.
Very good.
Thank you.
Madam President?
Yeah.
Are we finished with this now? Okay. I'm curious if the board would be open to reopening public comment for item 8D. Not reopening the decision, but just opening up public comment for item 8D. That's the approved revised middle and high school course outlines.
Well, we've already finished that particular item.
I know, that's the reason why I'm asking. I mean, I could put it in the form of a motion. I move that we reopen public comment for item 8D. Not for the decision. Decision's been made, the vote's been taken. Just an opportunity for the public to have their 2 minutes or 3 minutes to share whatever they want to share.
Yeah, we need to move forward.
All right.
We've already
That's
finished
fine.
this
If there's not a second, there's not a second. All right.
Okay, moving on to
There's a public comment on this item, transportation.
public on transportation. Okay.
Faith? Okay. Earl, followed by Faith.
When I first met with Caden Head about the money that was being taken or forced upon the parents to pay for the jazz program, he said it was for transportation. Is that the money that's being missed? Because I filed a uniform complaint to end that illegal fee? Is it? The other thing is that to hear from the other districts or what they're doing, is that even truthful? Or what happens when a staff lies or a board member lies? That's defamation. So when we look at transportation and the fees associated with it, I'm wondering if people are really talking to the other districts. Because the other district, for instance, Ponderosa, which I just helped my 8th grader with his audition to Ponderosa's jazz band, their Jazz Band 1 and Jazz Band 2. You audition regardless of how horrible you play, you are automatically at least in Jazz Band 2. So I'm hearing when I listen to the video, because it so happens to be that Vision's honors ceremony was tonight. I wonder if Dr. Huber knew that and put it on the agenda for tonight, with also Ms. Lofthouse. Because I'm talking about transportation, and it's about the communication regarding transportation, because when transportation came up here, when it was first affected, this whole room was filled. But what I've shown the community for the past 2 years of coming up here talking about a simple matter If the district teaches the instrument, let the student play in these classes. You guys have not listened. And you guys are in charge of the curriculum. But I understand if Ms. Lofthouse lies to the board that everything has been addressed. However, but when I send an email, it's time-stamped. It's date-stamped. When I file a uniform complaint, it's time-stamped, date-stamped. And that shows that that lie is defamation. And that is an issue that I can sue a board member over.
Mr. Smith, please.
So what I'm saying is that I'm saying why you're not receiving emails, because the community has lost faith. That's why they turn to the e-bites. Because we have shown, and a lot of students say it, they message Faith on Instagram. It's clear, the district does not care about the children. And I understand when board members make a vote off of false information, you're deceived. Especially you, Mr. Swanson, you see the uniform complaints.
Thank you. Faith?
As my dad just mentioned, Principal Caden had said that transportation was what the money was going to. However, lots of field trips, most of them, the students take themselves. They are not paying our gas. They are not paying for the car. They are not paying the parent to take them. The parent is taking them or the child is taking themselves depending on what kind of event it is. So how could the money be going to that? On top of that, you guys say that there's a lot of students being absent. Do you know if those absences are because of transportation? You don't. But you guys say it's a problem. So maybe increasing the transportation will help them so they can get to school. Because maybe their parent couldn't take them that day. Maybe they had a test, but they couldn't get there. It's a great point, isn't it? But going back to the jazz stuff, education is the goal, right? So why would you make a class not accessible?
Faith, please stay on transportation.
I'm gonna talk about this. I had an event tonight. I'm a senior. I sent an email to you guys, and you couldn't even do that. I said change the wording from music program to jazz program. You couldn't even change a simple word. You couldn't change a simple word, and board member Lofthouse, you lied. You did not do everything we said, and anything I'm saying right now, we have already said countless times. Countless times. How dare you say that? And you know what? You cannot compare jazz to drama and to musical theater. Musical theater is an after-school activity. It can be a club.
And the student gets to go in the lowest level without.
I was in drama. I took drama 1. Well, I was in it for 2 weeks, and we talked about the musical theater. We talked about how it works. We did. So I'm talking from a first-person standpoint. I know. I'm telling you I know, not what I heard. On top of that, the class shouldn't be focused on competition. Other schools do, if you want to do a performance-based, they'll perform at school events. That's fun. Now all their friends get to see. They perform at local restaurants and whatnot and give back to the community. They can perform at the Palladio for free, or they can get paid, and that can go into the, what is it called? The boosters, the boosters. That can go into the boosters. Okay, and then on top of that, board member Reed, you're talking about why can't a moving student go from level 1 to level 2? And Dr. Huber, you said, well, they aren't good enough. So your teacher can't teach? Your teacher can't teach. That's what you're saying, is your teacher can't teach level 1 enough so they can get to level 2. That don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. I sent a very clear email to you guys. All of you, I sent a very good email. It was very clear. And you couldn't even do that one thing. The amount of times I've been up here, you couldn't do that one thing.
26 seconds remaining.
I couldn't enjoy my night. One night for seniors. Really? With the over here. I come in here with a headache. I want to go home.
couldn't even put it on the agenda, which shows Visions would, because you guys are not student first.
Don't forget,
Especially you, Loft House.
don't forget, education is the goal. It's students.
Okay, moving on to public hearing and/or discussion action. We will go ahead and open our public hearing. Grant an easement to the Sacramento Municipality District at Cordova Villa Elementary School.
Good evening. Yes, this item was actually brought at the last board meeting. We had a public hearing regarding this easement request. So now we're just bringing it back for final approval as required by code.
Fantastic. Any public comment on this? Nope. Okay, we will close the public hearing. Okay, we'll move on to item B, adopt resolution number 05-21-2657, grant an easement to Sacramento Municipality District at Cordova Villa Elementary School.
I move.
Moved by Mr. Reed,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Eveline.
Ms. Luong?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Fantastic. Okay, moving on to item C, approve contractor for the purchase and installation of modular buildings at Folsom Planning Area Rocky Ridge Elementary School.
Yes, good evening. So this item is just a contract. It exceeds the threshold that we would normally put on consent. And so this is in regards to the new school that we'll be building up in the Folsom Ranch area. And so we are actually creating about a $4 million savings by using modular versus stick-built for the kindergarten TK wing. It will actually be attached, though, to the building. So this is a kind of a unique process, the first time we'll be doing this methodology.
Thank you. Any questions from the board on this?
Mr. Sean, is this a procurement or just?
This is the actual approval of it. We did do a procurement process. There's only about 4 vendors that provide the modulars. Only 2 of them were willing to quote us due to the fact that this is actually going to be attached to another structure. Normally modulars are standalone, and so we were able to get 2 quotes for this particular project.
And we picked the lowest on that one.
That's correct.
Is this the one last meeting we approved the modular piggyback vendors, right?
Yeah, I believe we did pick the modular. The piggybacks were on the last one. Was that for this project? That was for Judah. That was for Judah. That was a different piggybacking.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam President?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I know the board has requested staff to find savings in the construction of new facilities and to think outside the box and explore creative avenues. And I think this kind of checks all those boxes, and it does save, what you said, $4 million?
About $4 million.
Nice. So you know, first of all, I appreciate that, and I'm sure we appreciate that. And I just didn't want to go unnoticed that staff has been working diligently to try to find cost savings in new construction. So obviously, it'll be a first for us, and it sounds like almost a first for maybe a number of school districts. So, you know, let's see how it goes, and maybe we'll become the model for other districts. Who knows? So, thank you.
I want to thank you, David Reed, explaining that one. I know you both are on the facilities committee. There is so much conversation goes, but when I'm sitting here and I'm saying yay or nay, I don't know all the details. Mm-hmm. So rightfully, so I just want to thank you. That's why I'm just echoing that thank you to you guys.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move.
Actually, no public comment on this one, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Reed,
I'll second.
second by Mr. Chalem-Churla.
Ms. Luong?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Great, we'll move on to item D, approve expulsion recommendation case number 2526-14S. And I know we had public comment on that item.
Yes, Earl? And this is for approve expulsion recommendation, case number 2526-14S.
I saw your presentation on retention of students and students that are expelled and showing the demographic of those that are expelled. I thought it was a very good presentation. I thought it was a little trashy for the teachers union to come up and ask for more money afterwards because of the fact that when you look at as many of the Black students that are being expelled, that starts with the teacher. Los Angeles School District, Folsom Cordova teacher gets paid more money than the Los Angeles School District teacher. And it costs more money to live there. So now at this point, I'm starting to question every student that's expelled. I don't know the details of this, but I will say as a parent in the community after seeing that, how much is the district doing to retain students? Student is frustrated. For instance, Faith, all her sophomore year, grades going down to a B. Since then, going to Visions, it's been only A's and at the community college. So I come to question, is your school a safe environment based on the law? Especially when a board member gets up here and lies about a parent and a student. So, I question this. Has the district done enough? Has a district done enough to retain student? I don't know the details, only you do. But you can ask that question in your vote. I just look at what Faith has gone through, how many times I've met with board members, how many times I've met with principal, how many times I try to meet with teachers. And so hitting numbers as teachers hitting numbers, I like to have those numbers be hit at a higher rate for the minority students, instead of just trying to brush them off and expel them.
Thank you. Faith?
There's a girl that lives in my apartment that looks just like me. She's a sophomore. She left Folsom High the middle of her fall semester of sophomore year. And she started a new school that's very similar to the school I'm at. It's a college prep academy. It's hybrid, shorter school days, most of it's online, supportive teachers. She has all A's right now. But she was at Folsom High. She failed a class, mainly had C's and D's, maybe one B. Well, she was being threatened to be expelled because she was getting in fights. But no one considered why she was getting in those fights. Other girls were picking on her. There's a big thing between light-skinned Black people and dark-skinned Black people. Dark-skinned Black people are jealous of the light-skinned Black people because during slavery, the ones who were lighter were in the house and the other ones were on the fields. But no, the school targeted her, didn't consider the other students. I think one of them got suspended for a day. She was supposed to be taken out of classes with those students, but she was still in one with one of those students, and you know what happened? About a week later, they got in a fight. And you know who got suspended? My neighbor. Not the other girl. Consider that. How many people do you expel? And it's that kind of story. You guys actually think about what actually happened? Or if the school was being considerate enough? The school was actually looking at what was going on between the students? Or are they just seeing them as a statistic? Are they seeing what's on paper? Oh, they're Black. Really? So maybe consider that. I don't know if that's what this case is, but consider that for any other case that sounds like that, or is anything. Consider it from the student's perspective. I mean, you guys don't have a very good track record of looking at people from their point of view, clearly. And I'm going to use my last minute to talk about jazz. What I didn't mention is that you're making.
Sorry, you have to stay on top.
I'm going to talk about this.
Per our board policy.
Nope, I'm going to talk about it.
Please move on.
Marching band.
No. Per our board policy, it has to be based off of the thing that's sort of stuff. So, no, it has to be on the expulsion case.
Seconds remaining. Thank you. Those are all the comments.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion and just a reminder to recuse.
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Loftus,
I'll second.
second by Mr. Tomchella.
Ms. Luong?
Abstain.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Abstain.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, moving on to superintendent's report.
Board, May, as for our district, the last month of school has all these incredible celebrations. Earlier this month, we had our Teacher Appreciation Week. Also, School Principals Day is in May, and as President Korn, you can go. I'm just going to talk about Classified School Employee Week. Yeah, you're good. As President Korn, perfect timing. No, go. As President Korn mentioned during his comments, it is currently Classified School Employee Week. And then also last week, we celebrated our retirees and our years of service teammates. It just is a time of celebration. And so I just wanted to focus my comments this evening on just all of our appreciation to our classified, certificated, and management teammates. Of course, our students, our families, and our community partners on what I would say another year really well done. I can't believe how fast it went. And to the two at the end of the dais, congratulations on your pending graduation, and to all the other graduates and promotees, because this is our last board meeting before graduation, obviously. We still do, of course, have two board meetings on our board year calendar, but our school year calendar is ending next week. And then in my last 10 seconds, just a special shout out to my oldest daughter, Chloe Jean, who is graduating from Sac State. So I got my Sac State dad hoodie on this Saturday, and the next stop will be the Sac State's credentialing program to be a K-6 teacher, hopefully in our district. We'll see how she interviews when the time comes. So,
or a K-8.
Or K-8. She's kind of partial to third grade right now, but we'll see. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to board member reports. Ms. Addy?
Sorry. I was watching Mr. Martin eat romaine in the window. He's trying to stay updated. Is he still doing it? What information is he getting? Okay. Before I make my speech, I want to give my last few updates from my school, from Vista Del Lago High School. So last week, Vista had senior awards night, and we celebrated how many how many valedictorians do you guys think Vista Del Lago High School has? Okay. We have 17 valedictorians this year. So we celebrated our 17 valedictorians this year, our local scholarship winners, and our Soaring Eagles. And our Soaring Eagles are seniors who are chosen by each department who went above and beyond in the classes for that subject. And we also just finished AP testing, and next week is going to be our finals. So we have 2 shorter days dedicated to testing, and then Thursday is our last day of school, as well as our senior sunset at Folsom Lake. All the seniors, and I think all those seniors from Folsom High as well, join us. We all wear black, and we go to Folsom Lake and watch the sunset together as our school year comes to a close. And then before, this is all going to be before our graduation on Friday evening. And now I'd like to speak on my personal experiences and in my role as a student board member. So 2 years ago, as many of you guys mentioned, I came to my first board meeting to speak about climate change. I recognized a problem in my community and proposed a solution to a group of adults I had never met before. They sat behind this big, overbearing table, and somehow during those few minutes of public comment, that microphone built a bridge between my island and theirs. And after my climate action campaign, I felt both grateful and responsible to my community. I realized that positive change begins when people feel empowered to speak and when others are willing to listen. And that belief is what inspired me to run for student board member. During my campaign, I traveled across secondary schools in Folsom, conducting my signature mini mic interviews, trying to create that same bridge between students and the board by amplifying student voices and experiences. My trademark question from these mini mic interviews was, what's one good thing that happened to you today? And this question instilled in me the belief that changing the narrative that students lack valuable perspectives or the power to create change starts with helping them recognize the value in their own voices, experiences, and ideas. So now, sitting on the other side of the big table I once spoke in front of, I've tried to uphold those same values, listening first, building connections, and creating spaces where students feel heard and empowered to take initiative. You all saw earlier some of what we were able to accomplish these past few months as student board members and co-presidents of SAB, but in between those events and initiatives, I believe my most meaningful contribution was helping students realize that their voices belong in rooms like this one. Not only am I proud of the events we've organized, but also deeply proud of Karthik's eloquent public comments about climate literacy, Faith's and Earl's passionate speeches, Megna's enthusiasm to share about her ableist language campaign, Sam's motivation to run for student board member, and Miss Dieter's enthusiasm learning that I created the board meeting summaries that helped her stay informed. I'm grateful to get to be the person that cheers all of them on and helps them navigate their change-making journeys. So thank you to the FCUSD student body for entrusting me with the most fulfilling role a 17-year-old could ever imagine. I hope I served you well, and I'm excited about future opportunities to impactfully serve my community, whether it's here in Folsom or somewhere else in the world. And thank you all for welcoming me and Eveline and being so supportive of us. Contrary to many other school boards in which student board members felt unsupported and isolated, we appreciate your enthusiasm to include our perspectives and entertain our many questions. Thank you for nurturing our curiosity rather than ignoring it. You've empowered us with knowledge we'll carry with us through all of our future endeavors. Big thank you especially to Ms. Stagnall for being so caring from our very first day at ESC and continuing to be our biggest cheerleader and basically our board mom. Finally, to my partner in crime, Eveline, thank you so much for doing this with me. I'm so grateful I was not alone in figuring out how to navigate this role, and making the best of our circumstances was one of my favorite parts about being a student board member. You made every moment of SAB meetings, conferences, and board meetings so fun and memorable, and redefined how public servants can not only be effective representatives, but simultaneously relatable and friendly. Your enthusiasm, humor, and dedication inspire me to be a better leader for students, and I'm so excited to see where we'll go from here. And as I continue my future endeavors, I'm happy to say that this board meeting doesn't signify the end to anything, but only the beginning of many public service and advocacy endeavors I'll continue to pursue. So thank you for the opportunity to help shape FCUSD for the better, and good night.
Okay, I'm really trying to hold the tears. Okay, let's see if I can read it because my eyes are very watery. So starting off, besides that, at Cordova, Today was a senior pool party. Finals week is coming up and the last day of school and senior sunset and graduation. Since this is my final board report, I wanted to take a moment to reflect and thank the people who made this journey meaningful for me. First, I want to thank the teachers at Cordova High School who supported me throughout all 4 years of high school and throughout my journey as a student board member. The endless recommendation letters, words of encouragement, and support truly mean so much to me. And not only did I feel supported by the amazing teachers at Cordova, but I also felt welcomed and cared for by staff members across the entire district during my time in this role. I also wanted to thank all of the advisors of the Student Advisory Board, and especially my personal advisor, Dr. Jackson, for being one of the greatest supporters throughout this entire journey. From the very beginning, I always knew I could rely on her to answer my questions, guide me, or simply help me whenever I needed it. Since my very first board meeting, every single board member has been so welcoming, and throughout this year, I felt like I built such strong connections with all of you. I want to start off with thanking someone that, as Addie and I like to call, is her second mother, Mrs. Dagnall. Thank you for always, oh my God. I'm so sorry. Thank you for always making sure we were prepared, informed, and honestly, well-fed before every meeting. Oh my God. I know, I'm just letting you. Okay. From reminding us about important dates and information to always making us feel comfortable and supported. Your kindness and dedication never went unnoticed. From the moment we stepped into this role, you made us feel welcomed and valued, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. I also want to thank our superintendent, Mr. Swanson, for always making board meetings both productive and enjoyable, because good vibes were always important to us. One of my favorite memories was during our first SBAC meeting, which lasted almost 8 hours. I had the opportunity to sit with Mr. Swanson the entire time, and while we were both definitely tired, I got to see not only how professional and dedicated he is, but also how funny and genuine he is as a person. And that's something I'll always remember. Mr. Clark, thank you as well for never failing to make me laugh before or during a board meeting. I also have to say that Addie and I are definitely a little jealous that future student board members will get the full CSBA AAC conference experience in San Diego after we only got to attend after 1 day, but that's okay. Mr. Reed, thank you for showing me that it is always okay to stand up for what you believe in, while also somehow making me laugh. And I do have to mention that I'm still also a little jealous. You got your braces off before me. Mr. YK, thank you for always being so kind, caring, and cheerful, and spirited at every meeting and event. Your positivity and energy truly made a difference, and it will definitely be missed. Mrs. Lofthouse, who from the very beginning was so supportive and reassuring, reminding us that we were not alone stepping into this role. Knowing I could come to you with any questions or worries, especially since you're right next to me, was very encouraging and helpful. And fun fact, she is the mastermind behind the generic college hoodies. Lastly, I want to thank our board president, Mrs. Lorette, who I deeply respect and care for. I will forever be grateful for the support you gave me, not only at the beginning of my journey creating Lancer Nation, but throughout this entire year as a student board member. You inspired me as a young woman to never back down from something I believe in and to always show up with courage and strength. Thank you for always believing in me and supporting me. And finally, I want to thank the best partner I could ever ask for. And I'm not gonna look at you because I'm gonna start crying more. My dear friend Addie, I truly could not have imagined doing this with anyone else. From laughing together before meetings, preparing our presentations, stressing together, and sharing so many unforgettable moments, you made this experience so special for me, and I'm really going to miss sitting next to you at every board meeting. Oh, that got you. This role has given me memories and experiences that I will carry with me forever, and I also want to thank the students at Cordova, Mitchell, Mills, and Kinney for electing me to represent them this year. It was truly an honor to be your voice. And of course, I want to thank my family, who at first may not have fully understood what a student board member actually was, but supported me every step of the way regardless. I know it's a lot of thank yous, but I am truly grateful. And thank you to everyone in this room who contributed to making this year so unforgettable. Serving as your student board member has been one of my greatest honors of my life, and I will cherish this experience forever. Thank you.
Right. I'm sorry, Ms. Lofthouse, that you have to go.
Right. I didn't have much of a report this evening. However, I am going to take a couple moments to reflect on this evening. Every part of me is here for students. Everything I do is for students, whether they're in this district, whether they are in this state, whether they are my own children. And I've been called out now twice by the same individual, one telling me I was a bad mom at one point, and now telling me I'm not for kids. And I assure you, you have all seen all of the same emails. You have seen the same course outlines. I have sat through multiple CAC meetings and asked for changes to reflect what we've heard in these board meetings. And I'm not somebody who usually would respond or reflect, but when somebody comes at me at my character and my core, I feel like I absolutely have to make a comment. And at no point did I sit up here and lie to my colleagues. At no point did I feel like those comments should have been continued, and those comments were not on task, and that violates our board policy. They were not stopped beyond their time limit, and then they continued to come up, and it should not have been allowed, and that is why we have a board policy. And there were personal attacks. That is against board policy, and I feel like I was put in a situation by this board that did not protect me sitting up here and everything I stand for. And it does not feel good. And so I apologize that I have to follow that with this, because this position can sometimes feel really, really ugly. And I was not protected this evening by the people I should have been. And my core values have never changed, and they never will. And so I just needed to respond to what was said about me and to me this evening. And that's all.
Mr. Clark?
Excuse me. Addie and Evelyn, again, I thank you for your service. And yeah, I'm that type of person that wants to cheer you up, and I want you to feel welcome, and I'm glad that I was able to do that and work with you guys. You're exceptional leaders, and you are going to change the world, and you keep that mindset when you go off to college, and then when you come back home. You guys are going to be leaders in your own right, and that's, I think, why we are all up here, to see our students succeed and grow and come back and be leaders. At least that's my goal as a board member. Kara, I'll apologize, because, yeah, you should have been protected by this board. I know that you're in it for our youth, not only yours, but all of us should consider that every 23,000, and I don't know the other 147 or whatever, students belong to us. And we care about them, and we try to do what we can to make sure they feel supported. That's been my goal for the last 10 years, and I've got the gray hair to prove it. So for me, as a board member, as your colleague, I apologize, and yes, you should have been protected. you girls I'm an emotional type guy, but I'm going to save my tears for next week at the graduation because I'll have an opportunity to see kids who I visited, like starting in the 3rd grade, which is going to be so awesome. I happened to be at White Rock Elementary for the grad walk. And some of these kids I knew, and it just made me feel proud to see them in their high school graduation outfit. So it's going to be bittersweet. Even when you walk across the stage, I'll probably be crying, seeing that you made it. Yeah, that's all right. I'll have tissue in my pocket for you. Yeah, to all the seniors out there, I'm incredibly proud of you. I look forward to at least going to Cordova and Folsom's graduation. Sorry, Addie. I try to change it to where we can all go to all the graduations, but that fell short. And then Rob, he's not here, but I truly enjoyed hanging out with Mr. Dave today at Mills. I had a meeting in Stockton and took him a meeting on the way to Mills, but I was excited to relive my days as a campus monitor. It was really fun to hang out and interact with the kids at Mills. So, Rob, if you're listening, thank you for inviting me out. That's it on my end. I'm going to keep it really short. I just look forward to next week and the graduations. And personal note to all the teachers out there, thank you for your service this year. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Let's see. I guess my message to our retiring employees and to our graduating seniors is the same, which is congratulations, and I hope you thrive. Doesn't matter if you're 18 or 55, you have a lot of you can do to help our society, to make the world a better place. And, reach for the stars. And again, it really is for both the seniors and the retirees. I wish you best in your next chapter. Actually, your next chapters, let's keep it plural. And that's really all I have for this evening. So thank you.
Yes. I just want to look at Kara here. Mr. Swanson, I think let's talk about this kind of situations in a closed door, whatever, because it is a personal matter. And think about one more. As a board, it could happen to me or it could happen to her. It could be happen to. It's unfair. How we as a team can do collectively. Let's think about it. Again, we all have every role, not just putting everything on the president. We all can turn on and say something. I don't know the policies and policies. So I really want to bring this to one of the closed door as our board members' personal issue. So I just want to put that in front of you. Congratulations again. One more time. And all the seniors, I know, eat well, sleep well. Exams will be written by all itself. Parents, take care of your seniors. Don't stress them. They'll go to the college what they want to go. Don't worry about it. If they're not getting the admissions to the college they want, Folsom Lake College, transfer program, they can go wherever they want to go. I really, really want to stress on that one. And the other one, I know our teachers' appreciation and classified staff's appreciation. It's wonderful. I just want to request this board, can we invite those great people who put 30 years, 35 years, 40 years to this district? Yes, we have done this in the park, awesome, but this is a formal way to recognize those people and all the award winnees. I just want to put this request in front of this board. All the celebrations can happen for the families and everybody out in the Hagen Park, but we want to officially invite them, recognize them with a proclamation or something. So that's my request to this board. And Keith, I was asking some principals, are you guys part of that? I'm just making it up here. Are you part of you guys? I don't know. We love to come and cheer for you guys if there is a FCLA award ceremony as well. I just want to put that out there. I don't know whether it is part of the same group or not. Okay. Thank you. Otherwise, we can combine all those, because this is what I'm going to say. Entire my life, I work for the governments and public sector. I never work for a Wall Street company. For public employees and government, anybody, public servants, appreciation is the biggest bonus. Google can give $100,000 check at the end of the quarter, but for us, bringing them here, saying a thank you and giving a small piece of certificate is $1 million, not just 100,000. I just want to echo that sentiment one more time here. So as much as we can appreciate our public employees, that would be awesome. With that, once again, seniors, congratulations in advance, and I'll be coming to the graduation ceremonies. Thank you. Good night.
I have just a short report. Congratulations to the upcoming seniors, and thank you to all of our staff and our particular teachers for all their work this year. Wanted to thank out all of our volunteers who came out for Spring Service Day and worked out at Riverview and Kinney and doing some beautification projects there. And then wanted to tell Ms. Lofthouse how much I apologize that you did not feel supported by me, and I apologize for that. And hopefully we can work through some of those issues on that. So with that, we will move on to advanced planning. Our next board meeting will be actually our special session, which will be on Tuesday, May 26th at 11, and will be in person with no broadcast. And then our regular board meeting is scheduled for June 4th, 2026. Then we have our 12-month board calendar, and then any suggested future agenda items.
Yeah. Madam President, I guess piggybacking on YK's request, I actually don't think it's closed session because, well, I guess it could be, but I would suggest if the majority of the board is open to it, that we have an item at the next Saturday session that we have, it could be in the fall, to address the concerns that Ms. Lofthouse raised and YK suggested as a solution. It would be open to the public. It wouldn't be live broadcast, however, because the frustration that board member Lofthouse expressed is, I know how you feel. On May 2nd, 2024, I had 3 hours of people falsely accusing me of the most heinous things, and I didn't have any board member support. No one stopped it for 3 hours. And I think it's a problem, and I think we need to have real conversation of how we can support each other. So that's my suggestion.
Consensus, I would assume.
Yes.
Okay. Title, just for the record, we'll talk about governance. I don't know what to title it, but it'll come back to policy and practice. Probably our handbook as well, something like that. And then on one of our study sessions. Is that it? Okay.
Is that study session, or are we talking in the fall, like Mr. Reed said? Okay, I would probably like to see Nicole Anderson come out and do some team building. Just a recommendation. I know we're coming up on time, and I'm gonna defer to one of our student board members to make a motion to extend the meeting past 10:30. No, I don't think we can. Whatever. Okay, so anyway, that would just be my suggestion, to have Ms. Anderson kind of facilitate something in the fall, whenever we have our study session.
You got it. We'll talk, I mean, we can talk more about the
Absolutely.
agenda and the who and the consultant, but yeah.
Got a minute and a half.
Okay, I will be quick. I have one item. This is kind of a biggie. I would like to see if the board would be open to possibly moving our board meeting nights from Thursday nights to a Wednesday night. And the reason being that the majority of our schools have activities on Thursday nights due to the shortened day. So it's precluding some of our parents and our staff members and our students from coming to our board meetings. You know, talking to the superintendent, there was the conversation that maybe we shut down those activities on Thursdays. So, but that's just not reasonable or feasible. And so just wanting to see, I know it's not like, I know we kind of like to just roll into Friday and be, you know, off a heavy board meeting night, but it does limit the amount of student interaction, teacher interaction, and parent interaction that we have on Thursdays because of those activities, particularly as we start getting into the spring season. With the plays and the music and at the end of the year festivities and the open houses all fall on Thursday nights. So just wanted to see if there was any kind of like appetite to possibly move our board meetings to Wednesday nights to accommodate better attendance and transparency with the public by moving them from the Thursday nights to the Wednesday nights. But you guys probably might all hate that.
I'm used to Thursdays, and I don't know if you guys know, but I do travel quite a bit, and I use Tuesday and Wednesdays to travel. Sometimes I get back on Thursdays, like 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I would probably have to go and get permission from my boss and my job to see if I can change my travel dates if they're sending me out of town. So that's my thing. And it's not all the time, but still, I still have duties with CSBA as a director at large because I cover statewide. So I do travel with that as well, but it's up to the board. I can try to accommodate the best way I can.
It's definitely not the hill I'm gonna die on. It's literally just a suggestion, so, you know.
For me personally, I don't know when you're looking at making those changes, but my entire next year's calendar is based on me having Thursday meetings. So I put out my calendar now and it's already calendared out for Thursday meetings. So
And I
if
would
the
assume that
conversation, it would be,
we're pretty calendared out for our meetings, so I don't think it would be something that would be like an immediate thing, but as we maybe look forward to that, or it's just, I think it's getting like more and more complicated as we move to all the schools over onto the Thursday shortened day, it's gotten further impacted. So, but like I said, if there's no consensus, it's not the hill I'm dying on, so.
Rochelle just whispered to me that we review the 27, 28 board calendar in December. And so we can
Review and approve.
review and approve. We can chat about that at that point in time, because that would be early enough for the following year to have that discussion. And then in the meantime, and I'm not trying to cut in front of the board, but in the meantime, if there isn't consensus and we're obviously with the adopted calendar, I've talked to Jim several occasions on what we call Thursdays as blackout dates, you know, and because there's been a lot of times where there's a conflict. I think last board meeting, a lot of teachers had open house and had to bolt out of here, so.
I mean, I'm not a fan of the blackout dates just because I don't want to preclude the sites, and I think that would be unreasonable for us to ask that, you know? So, I mean, I'm okay with not having the blackout dates, and I'm okay with like having this conversation in December, you know, if we want to have that conversation then too. It's literally just a suggestion to like mull over and maybe talk to some of our labor partners with and things like that. So, anything else?
I do want to ensure that we get the transportation conversation on the agenda, which I'm just clarifying because I'm pretty
Yep,
sure.
already confirmed with our calendar, and Mr. Martin, it'll be coming to the board on October 15th.
Well, with that, we do not need to recess to close session. So with that, we will go ahead and adjourn.
You were right.